and did it. So we realized we have generators in every site. Then we started saying, okay, the grid might be unstable, but if you're going to be catalyzing a net positive future, we need to get rid of those generators. We sit on the equator, the sun is blessed here. So let's put the solar panels, let's put batteries. So we are getting rid of generators. And I think if you saw news in the last 2 days, we've gone for a green bond. Yeah, we've gone for a green bond to accelerate our, to catalyze the net positive future that we are talking about. Then we said, okay, handsets, everyone changes their handsets. We did a study and we realized the culture of Kenyans is to give away. You hand it down until there's nothing left to refurbish. So we said, we'll take back. But the handset wasn't our biggest problem. Our biggest problem was technology, the equipment. So now if you sell us equipment, you assembled it in China, in Europe, you know this thing better than us. Take it back. At the end of life, go deal with it. So we've now included take back schemes. And when we started this, we didn't look at it from, we want to make money or we want to cost cut. We said, we just want a circular economy. And then we realized by thinking green, by thinking ESG, we are making money. If you bought a Safaricom SIM card those days, you'd come, it's wrapped in polythene, then you get a small bag in it, then you get the SIM card wrapped in another polythene, etc, etc. You want me to move it myself? So the SIM card wrapped in many, many things. Then anything we were buying those days would air freight it here. So when we started looking at our carbon footprint, we started making conscious decisions as a business to say, how do we then reduce packaging? So one day we woke up and I think the government had said no more plastic. We were a step ahead of the law because of thinking green, thinking ahead. In Safaricom, guests used to be given those plastic cups at the reception. So one day I woke up and said, we are going to be a zero single-use plastic company. So it sounds good and it was good, but we hadn't thought through it. But I knew if we don't shock the system, colleagues will never let go of those plastic. So we decided we'll buy a dishwashing machine, buy glasses, hire one person to be washing those glasses and ensuring they're clean. So we got rid of that. So as a business, we have made deliberate steps every day in ensuring that the E, so it's a slide before, the E is well taken care of with those initiatives. So right now, we aspire to have 95% green energy in our network. We are working to grow 5 million trees. People ask me, people are growing more. I'm like, that's good for the people growing more. Well, it's not. If you could just go the slide. No. Okay, is it me who's moved it? Oh, good. There. Thank you. And we want to do carbon sequestration. So these are our 2030 targets. Then on people, which is mostly the S of ESG, we said we want to invest and we want to transform in our society. So we couldn't agree as a business, are we investing or are we transforming? So we decided in the strategy, let them go together. So we said we want to do digital inclusion. We started looking at the Kenyan, our people here and in Ethiopia, because we operate in Kenya and Ethiopia. And we realized that only 30% of people had access to a 4G device. And here we are innovating, saying we're going to be Africa's leading purpose-led technology company. And we've left for, almost 70% of the people behind. So we started looking for solutions to help accelerate digital inclusion. We brought in an assembly plant, brought partners, got funding. And when she says there's money on the table, yes, there's money. And we said, bring these funds here. We assemble a device that is affordable. It is still our dream that we can one day assemble a digital device that is less than $20, so that we do not leave people behind. Then financial inclusion. Before M-Pesa, and people say there's no innovation from Africa. Africa started M-Pesa. FinTech revolution started in Kenya, here, by Safaricom. So before M-Pesa, we only had, I think, 26% bankable people. we've grown financial inclusion to 84%. Now we're wondering where are these 16% and how can we bring them in? And the funny thing is that nobody taught you how to use M-Pesa. For the people who've used M-Pesa, it's intuitive. You learned on your own and started transferring money. Then we realized that we should have actually started with financial health as a business. Yeah, because we launched Fuliza. Fuliza is overdraft facility. It was supposed to help you when you are in the supermarket and you need just the little push. Kenyans decided to use it for betting. So now we've gone back to say, please start by saving, start by buying bonds. So financial health is big for us. Of course, diversity, inclusion, we're in the tech space. There'll always be male colleagues who are more than the female colleagues. So we said we want to be 50-50. When we started measuring, we realized that we had more women coming in. Then as you go up, you've gone to give birth, I've gone to give birth twice, others have gone, I don't know where. So your male colleagues overtake you. So we said, we have to make policies that work for women. You can even take a 2-year break. We will never ask you, so where were you and what were you doing? We know you were either taking care of your children or you're doing something. So we started opening this space and putting in policies that make sense. So we put in a policy for, before Corona disrupted us, we had a creche. So you can come with your child. We had hospital. We still have a hospital on site. We have a gym for our people. So as a business, we look in and we look out. So what are we doing for the community? We strongly believe that we as Safaricom cannot thrive when society around us is not thriving. So we said we are going to connect 50 million people to 4G. This is here in Ethiopia. We want 70 million people financially included. We want 50-50 representation by 2030. I pray we'll be 60% more women. I don't know. Then we don't want to leave our SMEs behind. We need to help them get credit because SMEs in Kenya hire the most people. So if we don't support this sector to be vibrant, where will people get jobs? Then we said, just do the right thing. So here we have the governance and all the G things in ESG that we track, bribery, corruption, ethics, trainings, and that kind of thing. Okay, I celebrated too early. Okay, so how are we governed? So we have our board. So this has been a long journey. So previously ESG was just discussed among the ESG team until we proved to the finance team that doing the right thing, which is what we call as ESG, just doing the right thing makes money. And putting people, purpose before profits makes money. When the Sustainable Development Goals came in, I was the most happy person. Because now I had a framework to anchor our sustainability. So we chose 9 out of those 17 goals, but we knew they work together like a car. So if you touch these ones, they'll impact on these ones. So our SDGs are around good health, education, industry innovation, we look at gender, we look at economic empowerment, we look at the green ones. I think there is SDG 12, which is around responsible production and consumption. We look at ethics, SDG 16, and then we look at SDG 17, partnership. So the beauty of being a sustainability leader is these things sound good. So you meet your leadership and say, what do you think if we adopt this? Let's think global and act local. Wangari Maathai already told us that as a global leader. So the board now looks after the ESG. It is a board imperative in Safaricom. We have a board risk and ESG committee where we discuss the business's ESG agenda. The CEO is the ultimate champion for ESG. Then the rest follow. So across the business, we have 40 different to 50 champions who sit down and analyze and look at what we are doing. So for us, we aligned our ESG around GRI, and we've currently started implementing IFRS S1 and S2, and we are looking at embedding it in every business decision and priorities. That's why we anchored our purpose ESG strategy into the main company strategy. So it is, we always say, this is the roof of Safaricom. Our strategy, the roof is transforming lives. So this is what we mean when we say we are transforming lives. Then we are looking at how do we use technology to address pressing societal challenges. And we actually realized in COVID times that the children of the haves, they just switched smoothly into digital classrooms. The children of the have-nots were playing out there. And so we also as a business said, you know what, let's help those ones. So we got them devices in partnership with the device manufacturer so that the kids keep their mental sharpness. And I think the children stayed home for a year. And then they were late by a year, but the rest carried on. So that's how we've been governed in Safaricom. So what are some of the quick wins that we have seen? Our community impact, we have 2 foundations that run part of the social, but we believe as a business that we have more power to transform lives than the foundations. Then we've done sustainability ESG integration. I have shared with you our commitments and what we're looking at. I've talked to you about digital inclusion where we use our technology. We've had M-Pesa. M-Pesa is a fintech, mobile money. We have Lipa Mdogo Mdogo where we know that in this economy, people earn a daily wage. So if you earn a daily wage, how are you expected to pay things end month? So we developed products that work with the base of the pyramid. So you can pay, Lipa Mdogo Mdogo is pay little by little as you go. We've been able to look at human-wildlife conflict as a business and say, how do we use technology to tackle this? So we are piloting IoT solutions. We piloted in the Conservancy. We've done Jazamiti with the government, and we've been called back to help the government develop their app so that they're able to do that. And also this year we launched our 14th Sustainable Business Report. We've always calculated our true value, and we realized that for every profit that we make in the year, we give Kenyans value of 16%. I think for every 1 shilling you spend on M-Pesa, you get back 4 to 5 shillings in value. And M-Pesa is a green product. It saves you from driving to town and back and the likes. So we are calculating the value of avoided emissions by our mobile money. I think as a business, what made us know the sustainability team we've got, in Swahili we say tumefika, as in we've reached, when the business took a sustainability linked loan. So they took the first one and we decided the money is here. We will not go get from any other bank out there. So 4 banks came together to give us the sustainability linked loan based on 14 years of working in this space and working on our credentials, redefining, looking at best practices globally and that kind of thing. So we got the sustainability linked loan. Then now we've just trying to raise the green bond and see if we'll be oversubscribed. I think we are the second company and the largest corporate to go for a green bond in this country. And we feel it is because of our ESG credentials. So CDP, carbon disclosure, we scored an A-. Nola there is from Vodacom Group. I think we beat them as Safaricom. We got A-, and we are among the top 20% companies in the world. In Africa, we might be the only ones, maybe with 3 other South Africans and 1 Egyptian. So we are trying to push the borders of ESG and to demonstrate value of ESG to us and to the people in this country. I told you we are growing 5 million trees. We are growing. I didn't say planting. And I learned when you make these things, I see people going for tree planting day. You go plant and go. Ours, we take care of that tree, monitoring it with technology and everything possible for 3 years. It is not a cheap venture. That's why we only committed to do 5 million, and we committed to do 5 million that will survive. Yeah? Then we do once in a while protect rowan antelopes because they're endangered. I think when we started this job, we had like 6 left. We've been nurturing those rawans. Tanzania gifted us, I think, but they came here and all died. So we've tried to ensure that we protect our endangered species and our waterfalls. So people ask me as a business, what is this? Why do you do these things? And I say, if not us, who will? We're the biggest company here. Who will? So we take environment seriously and we stand on our credentials. We take our social part seriously, and we know that we want to digitize and include everyone so that nobody is left behind. And so also as a business, we said if you're the only one talking sustainability or ESG, you look like the mad person in the marketplace. So we spend a lot of time. That's why when I'm invited here, thank you very much. I come quickly, I leave everything, because we need to be many doing ESG so that it's not the one mad person in the marketplace. So I'm always happy when I see companies call me to launch their sustainability reports, and I've seen some of the people I have mentored in this room. And I see they've told me today when I met them that we're moving to ESG, and I'm like, welcome to the party. So in a nutshell, this is a journey that we've been on, and I always stand and say, by 2030, I want to look behind and say, the people we were with, we worked with, we have pulled Kenya, we have pulled Safaricom into a sustainable future, so that in 100 years, those who will be there will sit back and say, the people who are here thought about us, because ESG, sustainability, the planet we live in today, you have not gotten it from your ancestors. You've borrowed it from your future generations. So if you destroy it and destroy everything in it, remember who you're destroying it for and whom you are robbing. Thank you.
Thanks, Karan. I think very insightful and incredible journey, I would say, for Safaricom. Okay, so let me call our next speaker, Tony Ola from Uganda National Oil Company. I think the only request to the group and presenter is, since we are running late, I think significantly by an hour or so, I think if you can keep our presentation 15 minutes, and then probably see how we can further reduce. But yeah, I think that's my request.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Hey, I'm not here to compete with Safaricom and Vodacom. I'm from the oil space. And you know the funny thing about this, I remember I was in Cape Town last year, or even this year, for the Economist Sustainability Week. And I was the only guy from an oil company. And again, I'm the only guy in this room from an oil company. So I don't know whether you are targeting me, but I hope what I'll present will be worthwhile. I am the guy, by the way, who supported with managing the glitch, so you might add me some 2 more minutes. Yeah. Yeah, but also, while they're getting my presentation up, there are 2 things I want to say about Africa. You know, this ESG climate change conversation is always a very interesting one. But I always say, as Africa, there are some facts. You know, Africans, we are like these guys who've been starving or needing some food for the last 2 weeks. And then a guy has had a buffet with all kinds of foods. And he comes and tells you, can we fast for 2 weeks, please? I mean, come on, you're hungry already and you're being tasked to fast. The other world is telling us we need to slow down. We need to go slow on our resources. But there are some very inconvenient facts about Africa. And, I tried to list them down. Refined products demand in Africa is going to grow crazily by 50%. And that is at 2050. By 2050, 50%. So the demand is going to be high. The second one is Africa energy needs will triple by 2040. That's a fact. I like to call these inalienable truths, right? It's a fact. We're going to have energy demand rising. But more importantly as well, 2.5 billion Africans cook using biomass. Can you imagine that? 600 million people have no access to electricity, and the biggest thing that we need to be talking about as well in my space is energy poverty. So there needs to be a very inconvenient conversation about how we can infuse our realities as Africa with those of the world and those of the climate. But also what I wanted to say, and I really like this, that the guys are giving me some time, the conversation around energy transition. I come from a country, Uganda, where compared to Kenya, our LPG consumption, liquefied gas, the one we buy from our petrol stations, is 10% of what the Kenyans use annually. 10%. Now, of course, I might brag and say we have so many trees, more than the Kenyans who are, in a deserted situation. But the truth is, people do not understand that we are destroying our climate by using biomass. And are we having these conversations, especially with Mama Mboga? Because you see, Mama Mboga will not be able to go onto Zoom to listen to us today. But those are the people we need to be speaking to. I was speaking to my very amazing new friend at the back who works with Arap, and we were talking about infrastructure and how infrastructure is super important. And while we are thinking about infrastructure, we need to position ourselves in a way that focuses as well on the sustainability of the future. And then I told her about an interesting story of infrastructure in my village where the amazing shea nut trees. How many of you use shea butter? Now, most of it probably comes from my village area. And that tree today is endangered because you know why? It's the best tree for charcoal. So you'll find people destroying a tree that has grown over 50 years old, or 50 years, for charcoal. And in terms of infrastructure and looping this infrastructure, I said the people in my place are super happy about the new tarmac road because now it opens up more markets for them. What a situation we are facing when it comes to climate change. So for me, what I really want to speak about today is how we can have these continuous realities of dialogue, continuous realities of conversations, especially with the people who are at the forefront of these situations we're going through. Now, in the oil and gas sector, we don't like to call it oil and gas nowadays, we call it energy sector. It is sanitizing it. But the truth is, we really need to do what we have to do. But what we have done is to try and do things the right way. And when I say the right way, my sister over here is laughing. If you recall videos of energy or rather oil drilling, you've always seen flaring, right? How many of you see flaring in some of these videos? Flaring and so on and so forth. In our countries, and especially in Africa, we're making that a thing of the past. So flaring is ceasing to happen. In Uganda, as I speak right now, we are not flaring at any moment. That is a positive. Number two, instead of drilling so many wells in an area, we are actually focusing on what we call horizontal drilling. Now, I'll explain it this way. Instead of drilling a well here and there, you go through one well and then go horizontal. So you can actually approach as many wells using one single well. That is again supporting the whole idea of making sure that we maintain, our environment the best way possible. Look, I'll just go to my presentation of my iPad, so I don't have to. If that one comes up, well and good. There we go. Fantastic. Yeah, so I was asked to present on or speak about my case study, which is stakeholder engagement for sustainability development. And I'll tell you, in a sector which is full, I think my 15 minutes start now, right? We're very good. We're very good at lobbying, We're very good at lobbying. So building partnerships for long-term development. And what does that mean? In a sector that is a lot of the time misunderstood, or sometimes, in our sector, some people come up from civil society and claim to be experts. And it's sometimes not really understood. So it calls for the constant stakeholder engagement. You've heard of the East Africa crude oil pipeline. I remember when I began, I was part of the 3-man team that began the negotiations in Kenya, and we were planning to use the Eldoret route, but then Kenya was stuck on Lapset, and we opted to go with Tanzania. Lapset, or rather the ECOP route, has faced the most notorious noise. And why? It's misunderstood. And because of that, the delays came into play. But of course, I'm glad to say that we are past 70% complete on the project. But it goes to show you that it's important to involve stakeholders or manage your stakeholders. Please just keep rolling, huh? Just keep rolling, huh? It's important to involve stakeholders. And why is this important? You know, I've talked about the, unique challenges that Africa faces: resource scarcity, rapid urbanization, and of course, socio-economic inequalities. I've also talked about the need for inclusive growth, and I'm glad that my sister from Safaricom talked about this. Not leaving anyone behind. And this is a very, very important thing for Africa. But also, looking at how we are thinking about this, we need to be cognizant that our population is not stagnating, it is rising. In my country alone, we're over 50 million people. The same resources, the same environment, and the same reality. So how we think about this strategically is super important. Now, why do we have to deal with stakeholder engagement? It's a very important process for number one, project acceptability. I've just talked about ECOP. But also in the places where we drill oil, where we are relocating project affected people, and I'm glad my brother is around who has helped us on that process, it is super important for us to have these constant realities of engaging. Mitigating risks, the protests I talked about, the regulatory fines, driving innovation through collaboration, where you actually find solutions that work for the communities where you are impacting people. But more importantly, aligning business goals with societal, needs. Super important. And what's also very key in talking about this is, who do we have to interact with? Now, a lot of the time, or what was the case before, most companies, and you've had the oil cast, people talk about the oil cast, people only interacted with governments at the time because it was just about making money. You've heard of the Nigerian situations where people like Ken Saro-Wiwa were actually killed by situations of the kind. This is not the case anymore, especially in Uganda. And I'll be very clear about Uganda because, number one, you have to engage with the government and the constant regulators, and I'm glad I'm also talking about Kenya here, where you have the Climate Change Act. The local communities, how do we manage land use equitably? Not equally, equitably. How do we manage land use? Employment and cultural heritage. Where I come from, or where the oil is happening in Uganda, there's so many cultural institutions. And many of you will tell you, before you actually even move a grave from a certain situation, you have to call a certain grandfather to come with a white chicken and a grey goat. And we have to do it for a week. And some money has to be involved. Of course, some of these are lies, but, it's their cultural norm. So we have to think about this. Then, of course, investors, shareholders, the growing demand for ESG, and I'm glad my sister from Safaricom has talked about this, how you actually see it from a board level, strategically, and then, of course, going all the way down. The NGOs, who are my friends, and civil society, these are our partners in social impact projects. We work with them very strongly, and of course the employees, because it's super important for that talent retention through ethical practices. Now, I'll just go to the next one, please. What are the benefits for us? If you look at our Uganda National Oil Company today, in Uganda, or you ask any Ugandan, we are seen as a fantastic company as compared to so many companies around Uganda or around Africa. And why is that? Because we have made it deliberate to constantly engage, whether it's in our favor or not. The second thing is, and again, it's about trust. If you can't be trusted, even your good deeds will never be accepted or listened to. The other thing is risk mitigation, and I've talked about this, the Niger Delta oil disputes. But of course, co-creation, and I really like this, and I try to look at very extensively the M-Copper solution here. Solar solution with the community and getting the feedback from the community, because we corporates have this thing where we love to go into communities and say, we have brought you this project, this is it, let's move. But that's not the case, man. You need to sit down and ask a guy, should I give you Githeri or should I give you Malwa from Uganda? I can't come to Kenya and bring you Malwa. You won't accept it. But if I bring you Githeri, you'll say, you've thought about me. So the co-creation around innovation, but more importantly, market access, which is super important. I'm sorry I have to rush through this because I think I have now 2 more minutes left. Please, if you can. Challenges, of course there are challenges. I've spent some time traveling around East Africa and some parts of Africa. And I'll tell you, in my country, Uganda, every 100 kilometers you'll meet a new tribe. So if you're solutioning for a guy here, in the next 100 kilometers you might have to think different. That's a huge challenge, especially for a corporate that's trying to do things quick, make some money, and make everyone happy. It's a huge challenge. So, cultural diversity, different groups of people, different cultures, different languages. The other one is infrastructure, the infrastructure gaps. Now, my sister from Safaricom talked about 86% of people being bankable today. That's a super amazing story. But the question is, how many of them have access to the technology that can actually make them even more efficient in that bankable solution? So all of these still remain massive gaps in trying to have these amazing stakeholder engagements. You know, whenever we come to conferences like this as corporate people, we say, if you want to comment, go to slido.com, right? And input the code and make your comment. A mama who is somewhere out there has no Slido. She has no smartphone. She has, we call it the most efficient phone for mobile money transactions. You know the small one? Super efficient. And by the way, if you're a guy in this room and you have it, I know why you have it. It's for money transactions. You never have it for anything else. But also political stability. You know, the shifting regulations in some regions makes it very difficult. And as we saw in Tanzania last week, or the last month, some of these things are going to have an impact on how we have, you know, our stakeholder engagements, especially with projects that we are doing in countries like this. But also resource scarcity, competing needs, water for communities versus mining. You know, the mining companies always love to use more water, so you have now to compete with the communities, or you have to compete for infrastructure, let's say the roads, and when the roads can be open to movement of goods and trucks for these projects and so on and so forth, vis-a-vis the community demands. All of these are, you know, key challenges. But the other one I wanted to end with is the solution highlight, you know. Again, you know, the whole use of mobile platforms. And I'm glad we, as Africans, have really embraced mobile platforms as amazing technology. But it's a very interesting way to reach remote stakeholders, you know. And this has changed over time. Let's just go to the next one. I think we're coming to the end. Strategies again, I think I just wanted to mention about the actionable strategies, which are, you know, the multi-stakeholder partnerships, transparency, cultural sensitivity, and technology. But I just want to really focus, if you could just go to the next one. I just want us to like really end with an African problem that is solving an African solution, because sometimes, and a lot of the time rather, most of our solutions are not from within our context. Every time you go to a conference or something, someone is telling you not to do what you're supposed to do. You'll be told as an African, you're not supposed to drill your oil. But these are countries that have actually opened up more exploration areas to drill more oil and become richer and better. So again, going back to what I said, and I want this to remain with you, it's like a guy who hasn't eaten for 2 weeks being approached by a guy who's just come off a buffet and being asked to starve or fast for the next 1 week. I hope you don't do that. So I just want to end by saying thank you so much for this great opportunity. And one thing that should be clear in our mind is that we can actually do things sustainable, but we have to work together in doing all of this together. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. I think very lively and energetic. What I'm thinking, probably we can skip the coffee break because I think everybody is charged up after Tony's speech. Don't worry, we will have that break. So before that, we have our last presenter. Before we go for a coffee break, our next presenter is Stephen Pierce, sitting next to me. Please welcome him. The floor is all yours. And just to be clear, you know, once you're on stage, your time starts. So, you know, so the 15-minute clock starts once you're at stage. So, time is on.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, my distinguished leaders, colleagues, and partners in sustainable development. My name is Stephen Pierce. I'm the CEO of Pierce Sustainability Consulting Group. I'm not here from California, but we're setting up operations right now in East Africa, and we have operations in Tunisia, and we're currently looking at the UAE, inshallah. Anyway, so cool. It's not working. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Next slide, please. Hello? Hello? Okay, next slide, please. Anyway, Africa today stands at historic crossroads, not just of climate vulnerability, but of climate opportunity. Across the, next slide please. Across this continent, we all see the pattern repeating itself again and again. Droughts that become food crisis, floods that become economic collapses, heat waves that become displacement, governance gaps that become security threats. But let me begin this morning with one powerful truth. Not one of these crises are surprises. Not a single one. Every major climate linked, go to, okay, we're at the right. Yeah, slide 4. Every major climate-linked disaster in Africa, from the Horn to the Sahel to the Great Lakes, reveals its early signals long before the crisis arrives. In land use data, in ESG indicators, in governance patterns, in energy and water systems, in commodity flows, in human movement, and in the financial vulnerabilities that quietly build beneath the surface. Next slide, please. Yet, despite all of these signals, our systems are still designed to react. We build a response after the flood. We mobilize after the drought becomes famine. We intervene after conflict is already spread. We invest after communities have already been displaced. Africa is paying the highest price for the world's delays, but Africa also holds the greatest opportunity to change the global model. Next slide, please. Today, I want to show you how Africa can flip this model entirely. How can we move from reaction to prediction? From late intervention to early prevention? From isolated ESG reports to integrated climate security intelligence? From fragmented data to a unified system that sees risk before it becomes crisis? The future of this continent and the stability of the world will not be defined by those who respond the fastest, but by those who predict the earliest. Prediction is power. Prediction is sovereignty. Prediction is security. And prediction is an investment confidence. And prediction is how Africa moves from climate victimhood to climate leadership. Today, I want to walk you through exactly how ESG foresight, SDG-linked intelligence, sustainability technologies can transform national planning, humanitarian response, and regional security. Because the next era of development will belong to nations that see the future before it arrives and prepare for it with purpose. And make no mistake, Africa can lead the world into this new era. Not someday, not eventually, now. Next slide, please. Today, many nations, not only in Africa, but across the global south and even advanced nations, are still using 20th century tools to solve 21st century climate risk. The result is predictable. We are always one step behind the crisis we already saw coming. And the problem is not simply environmental or economic. The problem is structural. Built into the systems we use to measure, respond, plan, and govern. Now let me break this down to you clearly. Next slide, please. Number 1, environmental degradation accelerates conflict. Across this continent, when the land collapses, everything built on that land, economies, governance, and stability, begins to collapse with it. When environmental systems weaken, we can see a chain reaction. Route shifts, water becomes scarce, crops fail, livelihoods evaporate, tensions escalate, communities migrate, and competing groups collide. You could draw a straight line across Africa, from Somalia to northern Kenya to Ethiopia to the Sahel, and you see the same pattern unfolding again and again. Next slide, please. Now, let's take a look at the Sahel. The Sahel is not simply experiencing insecurity. The Sahel is experiencing environmental insecurity that has become political and military insecurity. In regions where rainfall has dropped by up to 40% over the last decades, every climate impact multiplies local tensions. Land degradation turns into competition. Competition turns into unrest. Unrest turns into recruitment to armed groups. And recruitment into regional instability. Declining ecological stability equals rising insecurity. It is a formula and we can measure in years in advance. Now, next slide, please. Number 2, inequality magnifies vulnerability. Climate shocks do not strike evenly. They strike the poorest communities first, hardest, and longest. And inequality is no longer just a social issue. It is now a climate security multiplier. When marginalized communities live on degraded land, rely on climate-sensitive livelihoods, have limited access to financial buffers, face weak infrastructure, and operate in governance blind spots, even small climate shocks can push them over the edge. This is why two communities experiencing the same drought or the same flood can experience entirely different outcomes. Inequality determines resilience. Next slide, please. Number 3, weak governance creates blind spots, and blind spots create crises. Whenever governance gaps overlap with climate shocks, the response fails. Not because governments don't care, but because the structures cannot keep pace. We see this in the late early warning dissemination, unprotected critical infrastructure, poor land use enforcement, fragmented ministry mandates, and the absence of integrated risk systems. What's important to understand here is this. ESG governance indicators actually predict these failures long before the crisis arrives. When government's strength drops, when corruption indicators rise, when fiscal health declines, when institutions weaken, when social cohesion deteriorates, these are not abstract numbers. These are early warning signals telling us a crisis is coming. Next slide, please. Number 4, reliance on post-disaster funding is financially unsustainable. Africa loses billions of dollars every year rebuilding infrastructure, communities, and economies after disasters that could have been prevented at a fraction of the cost. We must move from crisis management to resilience management. From reactive humanitarian aid to predictive climate security systems, from after-the-fact interventions to satellite-driven foresight. Now let's take a look at the Sahel again. The Sahel is not simply experiencing insecurity. The Sahel is experiencing environmental insecurity that has become political and military insecurity. Wait, hold on, sorry. Okay, okay, my bad. Number 3, weak governance creates blind spots and blind spots create crises. Next slide, please. Whenever governance gaps overlap with climate shocks, the response fails, not because governments don't care. Why do I have? Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Because every time we rebuild, because every time we rebuild, we cannot prevent it, we weaken future resilience. Now let me give you detailed continental examples. Case 1. East Africa drought cycle, a predictable emergency. The East African drought cycle is not a surprise. In fact, the signals were visible for years in advance in declining vegetation cover, abnormal sea surface temperature anomalies in the Indian Ocean, increasing livestock stress, dust and particulate matter rises, reduced groundwater recharge, failing governance capacity indices, and ESG agricultural risk score showing rising fragility. Yet the response consistently arrives 18 to 24 months too late. We wait until crops fail, herds collapse, children become malnourished, and migration surges, and only then do we release funds. This is not a failure of compassion, it is a failure of forecasting. The data existed, but the integration did not. Next slide, please. Now, case number 2, Mozambique, cyclones Idai, Kenneth, and the compounding effect. So Mozambique knew it was vulnerable. The whole world knew that Mozambique was vulnerable. But vulnerability is not the same as readiness. Here's what the data showed before the cyclones. High ESG governance risk, weak infrastructure resilience indices, rapid urban expansion without climate proofing, soil degradation around key transport corridors, deforestation amplifying flood risk, low insurance penetration, and limited emergency response capacity. Now, every one of these indicators predicted not only that a disaster would occur, but that the damage would be catastrophic. The problem was not the lack of data. The problem was the lack of rapid financing, integrated cross-ministry early warning, resilient infrastructure design, and pre-position response systems. But But by the time that the cyclone Idai made landfall, the vulnerabilities were so deep that the disaster multiplied itself. Next slide, please. The conclusion is clear. Africa does not lack climate data. Africa does not lack ESG data. Africa does not lack early warnings. What Africa lacks and what global systems lack as a whole is integration. The ability to merge climate data, ESG indicators, governance metrics, land use analytics, infrastructure vulnerability, energy and water systems, human mobility patterns, and finance risk indicators into a single predictive picture that allows leaders to act before the crisis forms. And this is exactly where predictive sustainability intelligence changes everything. Next. Now here's the solution. If section 1 explains the structural problem, section 2 explains the path forward. Predictive ESG foresight plus integrated early warning systems equals climate security. This single formula is the core of today's presentation because climate security is no longer about reacting quickly. It is about predicting accurately, and this is where Africa can change the global development model. Next slide, please. The predictive ESG model, ESG is a strategic intelligence. Now, for many years, ESG was treated as a reporting framework, a document, a compliance exercise, something produced once a year and then forgotten. But ESG is far more than that. ESG is a strategic intelligence system. When properly modeled, ESG is capable of showing where landscapes are failing, where communities will become vulnerable, where governance will experience stress, where infrastructure will collapse, where water systems will break, and where migration pressure will rise. Next slide, please. This is exactly the architecture behind my own system, predictive sustainability intelligence, combining climate analysis, ESG metrics, geospatial intelligence, and governance patterns into a single predictive lens. Next slide, please. Now, let me break down the components of this model. We integrate 1, environmental indicators, land degradation, rainfall deviation, vegetation cover, deforestation rates. 2, social vulnerability metrics, inequality, food security, health resilience, displacement pressures. Number 3, governance stability patterns, institutional strength, anti-corruption signals, fiscal health, and local capacity. 4, geospatial and satellite data, flood lines, drought cycles, soil moisture, heat anomalies, water maps. 5, financial risk signals, commodity volatility, price stress, insurance data, and debt strain. Number 6, climate models, long-range forecasts, El Nino, La Nina impacts, cyclone pathways. 7, supply chain exposures, logistics risk, cross-border trade routes, food imports dependence. Next, individually these data streams are useful, but together they form a predictive system capable of forecasting crises before they emerge. When combined effectively, ESG can identify failing landscapes, warn of agricultural collapse, economic and financial predict migration patterns, flag government stress points, forecast water instability, anticipate supply chain disruptions, detect food security hotspots, and signal credit downgrades linked to the climate stress. Not years in advance, but months before the event transforms into a crisis. This gives governments, agencies, and donors a new advantage: time to prepare, time to intervene early, time to stabilize communities, time to mitigate conflict, and time to avoid loss. Prediction is protection. Next slide, please. Early warning systems built for climate security, not just weather. Traditional early warning systems, EWS, rely almost entirely on climate or meteorological data. They will tell us when a flood is coming. They'll tell us when a storm will hit. They tell us when a drought is building. But modern crises are not just climate driven. They are climate plus social plus government plus economic. This is why modern EWS must integrate ESG indicators.
Apologies. I think we need to wrap up in a few minutes, if you don't mind.
I'm almost done. Climate models, governance stability, economic and financial intelligence, geospatial mapping, community level early signals. When these layers are combined, countries gain the ability to see not just the weather but impact. This produces hotspot mapping, identifying areas where environmental stress overlaps the social vulnerability and governance weakness. 2, early stress detection, identifying lively disruptions before conflict or mass displacement occurs. 3, integrated risk dashboards, allowing ministries, counties, and agencies to see the same picture at the same time. 4, risk communication systems, ensuring information reaches the community level, time for our action. 5, policy readiness modeling, showing which ministries need to coordinate, when and where. 6, resilience financing triggers, unlocking funds automatically when certain risk thresholds are met with the right predictive system. Governments can pre-position food and water, deploy mobile health teams, reinforce fragile infrastructure, move livestock corridors, mitigate pastoral conflict, protect the risk agricultural zone, prepare urban areas for climate migration, activate leadership structure. This is how climate action becomes national security action. Climate alone is weather. Climate plus data plus ESG plus governments plus economics is security intelligence. Next slide, please. Financing preparedness, not just recovery. One of the greatest losses Africa is facing is financial. Global donors, governments, and development partners spend billions after disasters, long after the damage is done, long after livelihoods are broken, long after recovery becomes more expensive than prevention. This financial model is unsustainable. Investing in predictive systems costs a fraction of post-disaster reconstruction, yet carries exponentially higher returns. Africa needs to shift financing the before, not just the after. The pathway includes catastrophe-linked ESG bonds, resilience financing instruments, adaptation credit lines for high-risk counties, public-private partnerships for predictive data, sovereign ESG defense funds. Now, the solution is clear. Predictive ESG foresight is not an next slide, please. Predictive ESG foresight is not an academic exercise. It is not nice to have. It is not an optional technology. It is the foundation of modern climate security by combining ESG intelligence, early warning systems, integrated data, cross-ministry coordination, resilience financing. Africa can build a future where climate shocks do not automatically become humanitarian crises, security crises, and economic crises. The power lies in prediction. The advantage lies in preparation. The stability lies in governance, and opportunity lies in integration. Next slide, please. Slide 23. I'm almost done. Africa's strategic advantage. Africa is not approaching the global climate security challenge from a position of weakness. Africa is approaching it from a position of strategic advantage, an advantage the world is only now beginning to understand. Now, let me highlight 5 of those advantages early. The youth demographics, the most powerful innovative force on earth. Some of these statistics would be by 2030, 42% of the world's youth will be African. By 2050, 1 in every 4 people on the planet will be African. Number 2, renewable energy superpowers, solar, wind, geothermal, hydro. Africa has the best irradiance on earth. It has world-class wind corridors. It has massive hydro potential. Even right here in Kenya, it is the global leader in geothermal. This is not about energy access, this is about energy sovereignty and climate resilience. Next slide, slide 26. Digital and mobile integration, the world's fastest leapfrog. No continent has leapfrogged digitally the way Africa has, from mobile banking to digital wallets to remote services to tele-agriculture, telehealth, cross-border fintech, and community-level digital infrastructure. This digital foundation is exactly what predictive systems need to thrive. Where other regions are constrained by outdated legacy systems, Africa is building intelligent systems on top of flexible mobile, cloud-based networks that can scale from national capitals all the way to remote villages. The infrastructure for predictive sustainability, the data pipes, mobile penetration, digital literacy already exists here. Next slide. Community knowledge systems. Africa's hidden intelligence layer. Predictive models are powerful, but they become unstable when combined with local knowledge systems. Across Kenya, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Nigeria, Ghana, communities read the land with precision. They track animal behavior. They monitor soil by touch. They read wind patterns. They discover early stress, and they observe the migration of birds and insects and remember historical climate cycles. This community intelligence is centuries old. And when integrated into modern ESG and climate analytics, it strengthens early warning systems the way satellites alone cannot. Africa has the world's richest environmental memory, and that memory is an asset. Next slide, please. 2 more slides. Policy momentum, continent moving in the right direction. Countries like Kenya leading geothermal, carbon markets, and climate security frameworks. Rwanda implementing world-class ESG governance and national data systems. South Africa building climate risk financial disclosure mechanisms. Morocco are pushing renewable energy at a continental scale. These nations are not reacting to climate change. They are architecting the government framework to the future, frameworks that many Western countries are still debating. Africa is not behind, Africa is ahead. but the world does not realize it yet. And this creates a historic opening. For the first time in modern history, Africa can lead the world in global transformation, not because it follows global patterns, but because it builds the patterns that others will follow. Next slide, please. Now let me end with this. Climate change will not wait. Markets will not wait. Security risk will not wait. Human movement will not wait. But the world's most vulnerable communities cannot afford for us to wait. But Africa does not need to stand defenseless. Africa can stand predictive and therefore powerful. For too long, the global narrative has painted Africa as a region reacting to crises created elsewhere. But today we stand in a moment where Africa can lead the world forward, not by following the old development model, but by pioneering a new one. A model built on climate intelligence, anticipatory governance, resilience financing, predictive ESG foresight, community knowledge systems, and bold policy innovation. Next slide. Now, the next decade will not belong to the nations that react fastest. It will belong to the nations that anticipate earliest. The nations that understand their climate risk, integrate their data, finance their resilience, and protect their people before a crisis arrives. And I believe deeply, not as theory, but from what I've seen on the ground, that this continent is ready. Africa is ready. And this country, Kenya, is ready. Kenya has the innovation, Kenya has the youth, Kenya has renewable energy leadership, and Kenya has the policy momentum. And Kenya has the courage to build systems that the rest of the world will one day study. So we leave this room today, let us leave with one shared commitment, that Africa will not wait for the future, that Africa will build it, that Africa will predict it, and Africa will lead it. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, with that, we'll go for a break, networking plus coffee, I believe. So we'll break for 20 minutes, and we'll start at sharp 11:10, our next presentation. And thanks and appreciate, we had some technical issues since morning. Thanks and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Please, all coffee break will take place at the reception, so you can feel free to network, feel free to take coffee, take whatever you need, and if you need anything, please kindly notify me. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the next section. So if you're still at the networking segment, please, you can round up and come in for the second section. And we want to quickly apologize for the technical glitch that we had earlier, which the technical team has fixed that already. And so we're about to start the next section. So please round up your networking time and please come in for the next section.
Yeah, if you can just call people from outside, I think we are going to start in a minute. So let me welcome our next presenter, Miriam Mioni, I believe. I pronounced your right. So she is going to talk about ESG and sustainability in the insurance and reinsurance industry. The stage is all yours. It's not working.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, everyone. My slides will still be controlled from behind there. However, listen to me more in the event where things are not moving. My name is Miriam Mweni, as it has been mentioned, and I will be presenting about ESG and sustainability in the insurance/reinsurance industry. ZEPRI is a Pan-African insurance. Please move back to the start. Is a reinsurer in Africa, is a leading reinsurer in Africa. We are number 2, right after Africa Re, who I believe you all know. The business of insurance is covering you and being able to reinstate you or compensate you in the event of a risk materializing. And a risk is, think about, I believe everybody in this room, you have car insurance, you have insurance against some of your property, etc. And the reason why this is very important, and the reason why I will link ESG and sustainability into this, I will not go into depth on what ZEPRI does or how we've integrated ESG. You can reference our website. We've published 2 reports already on ESG, and you should be able to see that on the... moving on to the next slide. Globally, insurance penetration is at 7.7 trillion, and Africa, of that amount, Africa only has $92.9 billion. South Africa has the leading, is the leading contributor of that $92.9 billion, having 57% of that. If you're in the insurance industry, and I believe we have 2 of our colleagues here, CIC and Jubilee, you know that South Africa remains the leading country in terms of insurance penetration. And when I talk about insurance penetration, I'm referring to the uptake of insurance in whatever kind or form of it. I know a lot of you know just car insurance. However, there is different forms of insurance. There is motor, there is aviation, there is marine, etc. You can read all about it. And the reason why this is important, I'll be alluding to it later in my presentation, as I link the increasing trend that we are seeing in the number of climate disasters in the past couple of years across Africa, as well as changing political shifts, changing technological shifts that necessitate us as Africans to integrate ESG and sustainability, not only in all the other sectors, but look at the insurance industry as a great opportunity to enable us to pivot during such times. Moving on to the next slide, please. As I alluded to this earlier, the insurance penetration, I believe these figures as of 2024 remains stubbornly below 3%. In Europe and other developed countries, insurance is mostly mandated in the law. However, in Africa, I believe in a lot of countries, it's only motor insurance that is compulsory. The other classes of insurance is upon need, and we've seen uptake is mostly by corporates. And therefore, as we experience more and more losses, it's therefore a call to everyone in this room to therefore embrace insurance and reinsurance and see how you're able to pivot in the event of extreme flooding. I believe Kenya and other countries as well. You've experienced a lot of droughts in the Horn of Africa, a lot of flooding in Nairobi, cyclones in Mozambique. I believe speakers before me alluded to that. And how can we then, and you can see your various countries on there, on the level of insurance penetration and what that means to the recovery of the economy in the event of climatic disasters such as droughts, cyclones, wildfires, etc. And the reason why reinsurers, in their attempt to integrate ESG and sustainability, beyond them complying or beyond them managing their risks, we embrace more of supporting you and including you, and I will allude to the term financial inclusion later on, is because it's important to not only do this business for profit, but also to help economies across Africa grow, not just by investing the premiums that we collect, but by providing products that are customer relevant and that respond to the needs of today, where we are seeing climate change becoming very prominent across the continent. Moving on, and this slide will just show you a bit more on, I believe this is by Statista, a research by Statista. Please, if you could move to the next slide. And it will show you Africa and how prone we are to, okay. You can listen to me, how prone we are to climate change and the fact that over the last 5 years, we've experienced a lot of droughts, a lot of flooding, a lot of cyclones across all the different countries. And as business practitioners in this room today, I know and I believe that you've been impacted in one way or the other in terms of your operations, in terms of your assets, in terms of your entire business chains where you've seen losses materialize, and some of those losses have not been covered. When we talk about the insurance penetration being so low, it means that a lot of your businesses are exposed to risks that have not been covered by any form of insurance, whether within or outside of Africa, where in the event of those risks materializing, you're able to get reinstated. And those are just some of, I believe, all the countries represented in the room. You can see your country here, and probably you can also talk about the various disasters that you've had and the impact that has had on your businesses. I'm not sure if you've not had any government support or any other form of support, how you've been able to bounce back. However, in the integration of ESG and sustainability and how reinsurance and insurance companies are embracing this is by making sure that, number one, we close the knowledge gap on insurance, that it's very important for you to take up insurance, not just because you think the risk might materialize, but because the risk in terms of climate change is actually materializing as we speak. You're seeing the droughts that we are experiencing, and even over the last couple of years, we've seen the increasing trend. The other thing I wanted to allude to is the demographics and the landscape in Africa. Please, if you could move to the next slide. We have a population of 1.5 billion, mostly made of young people who are under the age of 20, I believe, in a majority of our countries. We are very dependent on agriculture, and agriculture is hugely impacted by climate change, as we've continued to see. A lot of jobs are in the agricultural sector, and our food dependency is in the agricultural sector. And the energy gap, I believe previous presenters alluded to this, so I'll not talk too much into it. And MSMEs is the other component that I want to bring to your attention that contributes 80% of the workforce, employs 80% of the workforce in Africa, contributing to over 50% of GDP. And therefore, what does that mean to the reinsurance sector, or how have we taken up that opportunity so that we make sure that our businesses go beyond profit and respond to the customer needs and the resilience of the economies that we operate in as ZEPRI and our peers in the room and across Africa. Increasingly, I hope some of you, please click next, you've seen something called parametric insurance, which is where you get a payout in the event of a drought materializing, according to the metrics that have been set up in your insurance policy, you've seen a lot of people being compensated in the event of wildfires, in the event that materializes, and there are metrics set on that. And micro-insurance, I believe a lot of insurers and how businesses have operated in the past, there's been a lot of emphasis on profits. So as we shift towards integrating ESG and sustainability, is for us to ask ourselves, for those who've been excluded in the past, in terms of them not being able to pay huge sums of money, or not having big businesses that, you know, you're getting to a tune of millions when you insure them, is to provide products that are small enough and that cater for their needs, and those are the MSMEs. And the other one is being very conscious of the youth, who I have already alluded to, that they form a majority of Africans. Now we are very digital, we have people accessing phones, we have AI, so as insurers, with the opportunity we are looking at in terms of ESG and sustainability, being able to thrive despite all these shifts that we are seeing, and despite seeing the changes in customer needs, is to make sure that we cater for that customer, come up with, continue to evolve the products that we have to make sure that they respond to the need of today. And the other one is housing. Today we are under a roof. I believe all of you live in houses, and we've continually seen a lot of the need and demand for infrastructure and housing across Africa. So beyond us as insurers investing into that sector, we've also sought to bring on board products that cover that infrastructure across the various countries. Still on the previous slide, please. And to also enable people to be able to recover in the event of extreme flooding, or in the event of the droughts that we've seen, or in the event of wildfires. How can we restore the loss of infrastructure that we've seen, the paralyzing of operations that we've seen across the various countries. And largely, I believe Africa uses a lot of renewable energy, but still, and I believe somebody alluded to it earlier, we still need more if we're being asked to continue to develop on solar and other renewable forms of energy. It's not as easy as economies that developed on coal and all the other fossil fuels. So rampantly then, as insurers, we've provided investments and underwriting and products in this sector to make sure that then we can support the various economies in that transition. Moving on to tech, which I alluded to earlier, responding to the customer needs of today and being more sustainable means that we leverage on all tools possible to not only close the knowledge gap on insurance, but also distribute those products and make claims processing and people being compensated as seamless as possible. Probably if I ask a couple of you in the room, the reason why you're hesitant to take insurance is because, number one, you probably feel like, no, this thing is expensive, or number two, you feel like when the risk materializes, the payout might not be as fast or as seamless as possible. However, with leveraging AI tools, and we have an innovation hub at ZEPRI established in 2023, InsurTech is the combination of the traditional insurance that was sold by hawking across the different places, now being, you're able to just use a USSD, and be able on your mobile phones, whether you have a smartphone or a tiny phone, the button phone, be able to access the various products that are there. And that increases the uptake and closes the protection gap that we're continually seeing in terms of uptake of insurance. And the other thing is, even as I was alluding to earlier, cost reduction. We've increasingly seen, and I'll share an example in my next slide, on how we are making some of these products affordable by leveraging partnerships with development partners and governments across the various economies that we are in as ZEPRI, in partnership with all our peers in the industry. And that also increases the access to underserved markets. We've seen a lot of countries that, as I was alluding to earlier, you've seen a lot of countries have a below 1% insurance penetration. So working with the government and development partners makes it a more attractive playground for insurers and reinsurance across Africa to go into those markets and also serve those customers, as there is incentive from the support from the government, and also the products are subsidized with the support of the DFIs. Moving on to this slide, and the reason why I want to bring on board this project implemented by ZEPRI in partnership with the governments from the Horn of Africa. As I alluded to earlier, the Horn of Africa has experienced a lot of drought in the past couple of years, over a decade I believe. And the majority of the people living in that area are pastoralists who highly depend on their livestock to support their livelihoods, to support their children's education, etc. And in the events of drought, they've ended up losing their livestock and their source of livelihoods. So what has this project done? In collaboration with the World Bank and other insurers in the industry, this project has been able to, number one, through the ZEPRI Academy, been able to educate the pastoralists on the need to take up insurance, where they are compensated in the event of drought or even extreme flooding or any losses that materialize as a result of climate change. Number two, they've also been able to become a very attractive population for the banks to lend to, because when you have insurance, it means that even credit facilities find you a more palatable risk, if I may use that word, because they know that you're not going to lose the assets that or the collateral that you're using. So even the banks now have been able to lend to them, they've been able to have bank accounts, and they're now also able to educate or continue to empower their communities through this financial inclusion project that we've implemented alongside the governments. And the role of World Bank in this has been a lot of support in terms of subsidizing the products and making sure that they support the lead implementer, ourselves ZEPRI, in making sure that the capacity building is brought to the last mile, where even those people who've never been to school then understand insurance, how it works, and they also understand the need for them to have those insurance policies in place. You can read a bit more on this on our websites, conscious of time. And beyond that, I believe the insurance industry has continually been impacted by trust, accountability, and transparency, where people feel like claims are not paid, or when it comes to claims materializing and the payouts being made, it's not as aggressive as when the policies are being sold. However, with ESG and sustainability, for us to be sustainable and to continue to operate in the long term, we've sought to bring along all our stakeholders on this journey, and therefore on the next slide you see that is our second sustainability report there, where we are a leading partner in Africa's resilience, so going beyond insurance and partnering with other players in the industry for capacity building in terms of spreading knowledge on insurance and financial inclusion, as well as other programs that are very customized to various countries. And we also have our subsidiary ECA, which is a company operating purely in the agricultural sector, offering advisory services and also index-based insurance for both smallholder farmers and livestock farmers. So you can read extensively on our work, and you can also see how we are partnering with peers in the insurance and reinsurance industry to promote ESG and sustainability, and most importantly, financial inclusion and the resilience of Africa through compensating the various businesses, all the way from the big corporates to the small SMEs to the small farmers in your villages in the event of these extreme climate changes that we are seeing, and number two, in the global shifts that we are seeing in terms of new policies coming on board, new reporting requirements, as well as the government requiring us in their nationally determined contributions in your various countries to continually decarbonize our operations or support businesses going forward. Thank you, and my colleagues and myself are here to further chat on this, as I know insurance is a subject that is not very well known, and we are more than happy to break it down for you to make sure that you can engage in those conversations. Thank you.
Thanks, Miriam. Thanks for bringing insurance. I think this is a very important element, and I think a lot of people, as you said, are not aware of it. So yeah, definitely I think people would have some questions, and they will come back to you during the networking time. Okay, thanks again. Moving on to the next case study, let me invite Nola Richards from Vodacom Group. We're talking on role of human rights in sustainability.
Thank you, fellow warriors. I like to think that all of us are a little bit of activists in our own right, or agitators, and I think in this space we have to have a little bit of a thick skin and some resilience to go sometimes against the grain and to push through. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, maybe not. Right. Hello. That would help, hey? Right. So when we look at ESG, very often human rights is lumped into the S category because we think it's about the social. But in reality, human rights is pivotal in each one of the components of ESG, and I'll unpack that. So it is a foundational topic, and I think this is, if there's one thing you take away from this, is just to keep it in that mind. Take it out the S category and say, whatever I'm doing, whether I'm focused on planet, whether I'm focused on digital inclusion, that actually I am thinking about human rights and the protection of people. Okay, I'm just going to talk. Right. So in terms of environment, I think all of us, especially in Africa, are very mindful of the fact that climate change, changing weather patterns are impacting on an individual's human rights in terms of economic access, ability to go to school, get health care, and you know, just in terms of every way of our life can be impacted by it. We were just chatting about it's rainy season here in Kenya, but the rains haven't come yet. So what is that impact going to be on the livelihood of farmers? In terms of social, I think very often, yes, many organizations are very good at the internal human rights of our employees, making sure that they are protected, but I think it is looking across the value chain. And from a telco perspective, we very much look at that from a digital, closing the digital divide. Because by closing the digital divide, you are actually able to give people access to things such as healthcare, such as education, financial inclusion. So many of the things, insurance, you know, you can now get insurance through your M-Pesa, you know, tap in your USSD code and you've got access to that protection. And then very importantly, through the governance element, this is around the transparency. It's around aspects such as we move more towards an increasing digital society, people's information, their resources, their livelihoods, all of their personal information is there. And like you have here, the Kenya Data Protection Act, there is a raft of protections that we must put in place to make sure that, number one, we protect the rights of everybody in terms of their information. But second of all, from a telco perspective, we also need to protect, for example, in terms of law enforcement requests. For those of you who don't know, that is when, for example, we are asked as a telco to disclose information, that they are lawful and that they are just in terms of that. So the bottom line is, you know, if we really believe that human dignity is important for long-term value creation, then ESG human rights is imperative. But if that is not enough, for many of us, we interact in a global environment. So we have the likes of the CSDDD, which for those of you, how many of you actually are involved, for example, in exporting to Europe? Nobody. Okay. Wave your hand. It's the Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive, thank you. That word went out my brain. And then there's also the ESRS, which are then compelling you to implement certain frameworks. This is also a demand from investors, and it's not to say it's only Europe. They're the ones who are actually regulating it. We do find a lot of regulation within Africa ourselves and have been pioneering and pushing for many of this in our own right. Going down to the next slide, well, you can actually skip a few slides. In the interest of time, I'm just going to quickly go directly into, if you can keep going. All the previous presenters have given you various stats and facts around Africa, but really the key thing is we do believe, even though we are a telco operator, there's a lot of other things that we are involved in, whether it be agriculture, whether it be in healthcare, whether it be with logistics companies, helping them manage their emissions and so forth. So we really do believe that connectivity, especially to the internet, so 2G connectivity, it is absolutely huge. There is a way you can access all sorts of information, financial inclusion, but the moment you access 4G and the internet, the world does get a lot wider in terms of what the opportunities are for you. So
going very quickly into some practical advice in terms of how we go about putting this into practice. You heard from my colleague Karen this morning from Safaricom. As with anything when it comes to ESG, it starts at the top. If you do not have support from the C-suite, then you are not going to be able to actually get through what you need to do. So you need to have a human rights policy in place. For many of you, there are industry bodies who've been working on what is considered best practice in your specific industry. For example, we've got the GSMA, but then obviously there's the large global UN organizations and other collectives who could guide you in terms of this. Very importantly, what we have done is, from a telco perspective, is really understanding what we call the salient issues. So those are your most material ways you could impact a person. Our perspective, it is such as freedom of expression, digital privacy, supply chain. As we know, as much as all of us are committed to a transition, there is speculation, well, not actually speculation, it's been proven, modern day slavery in the supply chain of solar panels, etc. We know that it's happening in mining. These are all the issues that we have to be alive to and we need to be able to manage. Privacy. For many of us who are using technology, you need to design with privacy in mind. And then with that goes the education to the customers who will be using your tools to make sure that they keep their information private. And then with all of us, even though telcos are not a huge consumer of energy, it is our responsibility to make sure that we are transitioning in a just manner. Again, it goes back to the human rights. We can't just dump and run. We need to actually take society along for a journey with us. Earlier on, Tony spoke around the stakeholder engagement, absolutely critical in everything we do. It's uncomfortable because very often human rights activists are going to push the buttons we do not want to have pushed and which we would rather avoid. But I think the most important thing in my experience is the respect and the dialogue, understanding different people's perspectives, and then not necessarily know you're going to have a resolution, but making sure that you actually do take those into consideration as we progress. Remedy is very, very important. It's a very foreign concept to companies because we always look at the risk to the company as opposed to the risk to the individual. So if I can encourage for any of you who are or are aware of them, but the United Nations Global Compact have some excellent training which will help any of your colleagues. We've got compliance colleagues, risk colleagues who are going through this training, helping them shift that mindset from risk to company to risk to people so that they can actually start to think a little bit differently in terms of that. And then, and in Kenya, for example, your data protection, you've got guidance, and then you've also got certain regulations that have been issued. So always look for those things that will help you in terms of carrying on your journey. And then most importantly, we all know what's measured is what gets managed. So measuring and disclosing. One of the key things with our experience in terms of stakeholder engagement is they know we're not perfect. They know that we are going to be participating, for example, in law enforcement requests, which is often very positive because it helps shut down issues such as crime and abuse and all of those things. However, we must communicate and we must tell the world how we do this and what we are going to commit to going forward. I'm going to skip again because I know we're behind schedule and I don't want to stand between everybody. It was already finishing quite late. So if you go down, keep going, pause here. So I think the other thing which we really need to look at, and it's a growing thing, it's the Economist Summit, at the G20, in New York, the big thing is AI. What we really need to be mindful of is the fact that we must use ethical practices in AI, and we must work to make sure that there are not unintended consequences of the use of AI. There is a wealth of guidance out there for everybody, sector-driven, or you can go to the UN Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights. They've got toolkits, guidelines in terms of AI. AI is the most positive, can be used very positively. However, we all know that it can be a very negative consequence in terms of the use either through discriminatory practices, or I don't know how many of you have seen that ChatGPT is currently in court, where the algorithm encouraged a young man to commit suicide. And supported him and gave him support, you know, like, no, it's okay, don't worry, you're not worried, you've made the right decision, and the young man committed suicide. So these things are very important that we need to look at them and consider them, whether it be we're using it for internal decision making, or whether it is when we are looking towards customers. Finally, I think I'll just wrap up with leaving you with a call to action. Each one of us, I believe we're in this room because we believe in a future for definitely my child who's only just turned 18. I want him to have this beautiful continent. We love traveling a lot. I think Africa is by far and away, I know I'm biased, but we have the most beautiful continent. And I want to know my grandchildren are going to be able to experience the continent that I have experienced for the last 50 years. So, call to action, please, in whatever you do, make sure that what you're doing is grounded in human rights. So whether it is selling insurance products, are you making the decisions without bias? Are we actually being responsive to the needs of our customers? Or whether it is in the case of we are transitioning, we are looking at including more solar, that you are taking human rights into account. Bring it into your strategies. It's a golden thread that goes through absolutely everything. Collaborate. We've just launched the Africa Task Force for Child Online Safety. This is not a competitive space. You will see me sitting alongside MTN, Cell C, Etisalat, AfriCell, because it is such an important issue. We must work together. And then finally, tell people about your journey, listen, and develop with them.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Please, in regards to our presentation, if you have a question, kindly just raise your hands and we'll pass the microphone to you. If you have a question. Okay, in the absence of none, please let's put our hands together for her. Thank you so much. So right next we have the presentation, a case study from Ayub Osman from Ericsson, who will be taking us on the technology as a catalyst for climate action in Africa. Usman, the floor is yours.
Wrong presentation. Can you click on the arrow at the end? No? Okay, just go back. Yeah, it's good. Thank you. We're not at lunchtime, so good morning. How are you all doing? Excellent. It's a really a nice pleasure to be here, and apologies for the tech. I'm going to talk about technology, so I need to make sure that it actually works. So just as a way of introduction, my name is Ayub Osman. I'm head of marketing and communications, but I also wear another hat, which is sustainability and corporate responsibility at Ericsson. I covered 27 countries across Africa, so practically half of Africa, all the way from east, north, just above South Africa. Today, I'm going to talk to you about, next slide, technology as a catalyst for climate action. You might wonder why a company like us is talking about climate action. We are a telecom vendor, which means that we supply equipment to the likes of Vodacom, Safaricom, Airtel, etc., and across the globe. Could you move to the next slide, please? You might have to scroll up. Yeah, that one, contents. What I'll also talk about is, most of you probably have heard about 5G and the speeds, and as we roll out 5G networks, that will also consume a lot of energy. So what are companies like ourselves doing around energy consumption in that space? And if time allows, I will also talk a little bit about decarbonization in industries and how the ICT sector can support with that. If you can move to the next slide, please. So when I talk about Ericsson, the first thing that comes into almost everyone's mind is mobile phones. We're not a mobile phone manufacturing company, just to clarify that. We used to be, but we no longer do that. We're actually a telecom vendor. So we provide hardware, software, services, like I say, to most mobile network operators, but we also have a lot of enterprise solutions. And we have been in existence for close to 150 years, and in Africa for almost 130, connecting, the continent. And our vision is, as it says at the top there, is to provide limitless connectivity to improve lives, redefine businesses, and pioneer a sustainable future. And sustainability for us has been something that is the core to our strategy. Being a Swedish company, or having Swedish roots, where the United Nations Environment Programme was set up in 1972, we really are passionate about sustainability. So it's not just a tick in the box type of exercise. It's not greenwashing. We really, truly believe in making our products sustainable, in driving sustainability, energy efficiency, and climate action. When we talk about sustainability, we cover a few areas, and I think it's quite similar with a lot of the tech companies. You heard that from Safaricom this morning, from Vodacom. We cover environmental sustainability, and under this pillar, we look at climate action. We also look at circularity. For example, all the electronic equipment that we put out to our customers, we take that back, no charge, and we recycle it, refurbish it, we dispose it, and we actually recover close to 98% of what we take back at no cost to our customers. And again, that's part of our extended producer responsibility, based on, of course, European regulations. The second thing that we do is digital inclusion. Under that, we connect the unconnected. We also try to bridge the digital divide. And finally, the third pillar is what we call corporate responsibility, which is really to provide that trusted status to our stakeholders, whether it's our customers, our employees, and also to the society. Next slide, please. This slide you don't need to look at. Look at me now, because it's very busy. A lot of you, I hope, understand the concept of net zero. And again, it's something that we as a company are really pioneering in the telecom industry and, amongst our peers. We have set, I would say, quite an ambitious target to be net zero. So our long-term target is to be net zero by 2040. A lot of companies and governments are starting 2040, but you can see a bunch of them are 2050 and above. It feels like a very far-fetched date, but I can promise you 2040 is not far away. And we've set a near-term target to halve our emissions by 2030. Our targets are aligned with the 1.5 degrees Paris Agreement, and it's also approved by the Science Based Target Initiative, SBTI, which again is something that is a significant achievement. We are one of the first telecom vendor companies to actually receive that level of scrutiny and approval from the SBTI, or Science Based Target Initiative. And I'm really happy to say that we had a first set of targets that we released covering our period 2016 to 2022, and we actually surpassed those targets, and we set a new set of targets earlier in January last year, where we have committed to reduce our emissions, for those who understand scope emissions 1 and 2, by 90%, and we have committed to neutralizing the remaining 10% through what we call approved carbon removals. So it's not temporary, carbon sequestration or removal type of strategies. Next slide, please. And if you look at how we're doing against those targets, so we've set ourselves some really ambitious targets. We had targets before, we revised them in 2021. We had achieved and surpassed almost all of them. But we've set a new set of targets, and these are baselined to 2020 with different years. As I mentioned, our net zero target, we have reduced our total value emissions by 37%, moving very close to that 50% target to halve our emissions by 2030. For our own operations, we have achieved 55% against a target of 90%. Again, that's 2030. And a lot of these reductions are coming from improving our portfolio. So our portfolio, our products, our services that we sell to our customers. And that brings me to the next one, which is the portfolio and energy, the second blue there that you see, which is looking at the energy performance of our portfolio that we put out to the market. And energy performance is actually one of our biggest emissions. So the end use of our products by our customers, like the Vodacoms, the Safaricoms, the Airtels, 92% of our emissions actually occur in the use phase of our products. So we sell the products, we give them out to our customers, and when they're using it, the emissions that they produce is what we then track as part of our value chain emissions. And what we have done there is we have looked at our most important portfolio that we put out in the market, and we go out and look at the energy efficiency of those products. And I'm really happy to say that in the last target that we had, we surpassed the target. So if you surpass the target, you get a higher one. And we have put a plan to reduce that by 40%. And as of last year, we measure our ESG metrics at the end of the year based on our annual reports. And we were at 37% at the end of 2024 against a target of 40%, which means that we will more than likely surpass the target by the end of this year, which is not far away. And then finally, our suppliers. We have what we call 350 high-emitting strategic suppliers. So these are suppliers who give us products, and we also track, because it's a whole value chain from manufacturing all the way to the end use of the products. So what we have done is we have put requirements on our suppliers, these 350 suppliers, to set their own climate action targets. And I'm really happy to say again, at the end of 2024, we got 323 suppliers who have set their own targets. And again, by the end of 2025, we do expect that we will get quite close to the 350, if not surpass it. Now, if I just shift focus a little bit to next slide. How many minutes do I have, by the way? 5 more? Thank you. So, as I talked about energy efficiency networks, I'm not going to bore you with technology 5G, but simple thing. When we deploy 5G networks, there's more data use. And what does that mean? It means that we use more energy to run those networks. So if we continue to deploy networks, you've heard of 2G, 3G, 4G, and now 5G, and we're already getting to 6G, what does that mean? It means that we will continue to consume more energy. So what we have done is we've come up with a concept that we call breaking the energy curve. So it's taking that curve and breaking it to bring it downwards. And how we do that is we look at a concept that looks at how do you plan your networks, how do you operate them, and how do you deploy them. So when you're planning, you're looking at, for example, setting your climate goals and your business goals to be a more holistic approach. When we talk about planning them, it's about using those energy efficient portfolios. So if you think about having a refrigerator at home, if you bought it in 1997, it's time to upgrade your fridge because they're more energy efficient products, and that's exactly what we do with networks. What we also do is we look at when we're looking at operating the networks, we look at how do you use machine learning, AI, to operate the networks in a way that can reduce their energy bill. And energy and cost is quite a big factor in the industry that we work in. So again, another example is if you think about it, when you're in a room, if there's no one in the room, the lights go off. When you walk in, the lights come back on. We do that with networks. So if we're in a certain area, like let's say we're here near the Trademark Hotel and there's no one in the area, then we have softwares that actually pick that up and switch off the networks or reduce the energy consumption. And that really helps with reducing the energy bill. It helps with cost optimization, but also with carbon savings. Next slide. So it's not only about us, it's only about what we do as a company, it's also about how do we support the industry. And based on our own research, we've seen that the ICT industry can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by about 15%. And even though we only account, as the ICT industry, only about 2% of greenhouse gas emissions. So we have a big impact because of the connectivity and the solutions that we provide. And we're not only just reducing our footprints, but we're also trying to support that with decarbonizing industries. Next slide. So I'll just give you one example, and then I'll not go to the next one because of the interest of time. So I'll just pick up a case that we did in Italy, which is a ports case, and it's in the transport sector, and it's something that we call the 5G port of the future. And we ran this with our Ericsson research team in Italy, where we deployed 5G connectivity, 5G cloud solutions. So please go back. Something happened. I'll talk you through it while she's bringing it back. Thank you. So what we did was we used it as a test bed to look at how can we improve the efficiency of the operations of the ports. If you think about Kenya ports, if we do something like this, it's not only about carbon emissions, that's one part of it, but it's also looking at the efficiency. And what we did when we ran this project is we managed to have a reduction in carbon emissions by about 8%. We reduced operational costs by about 2.5 million euros and increased productivity and speed rates by about 25% from one container terminal. That's just one container terminal. So you can imagine if you have many of those, what that can do. So the ICT industry can play a really big role in different industries. Not just, this is just an example in terms of transport, port. We have lots of examples in mining. We have lots of examples in the energy sector, in the housing sector that I would love to talk to you about, but I'm sure that I'll be kicked out off the stage in a few minutes. So just to wrap up, if you can just jump the next slide and the next one. Just three things. Technology is one of the most powerful tools that we have to accelerate climate action. We really can't ignore it. All about digitization, automation, advanced connectivity to cut those emissions, reduce waste. We can break that energy curve, as I mentioned, when it comes to rolling out and deploying networks. And finally, climate action doesn't happen alone. It is really collaboration. We work with our customers, we work with society, we work with industry partners to turn these into real measurable environmental and economic benefits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osman. Please, if you have any question in regards to his presentation, we can take 1, 2 questions.
Did I save you some time?
You actually did.
Good. Wow, okay.
Okay, so if you have any question, in the absence of, no, please, let's put our hands together for...
It must have been very clear, or no one was listening.
Very clear. Thank you so much. So we have the next presentation, which will be taken by Megan Rosell from Carbon Trust Africa, who will be speaking and presenting in regards to leveraging financial emission data to shape your transition strategy. Megan, the floor is yours.
We're getting the slides up. Okay, maybe I can introduce myself and we'll dive in once the slides are up. So good afternoon, everyone. I believe it's just reached afternoon. My name is Megan Russell. I'm from the Carbon Trust Africa. And for those who may not know, Carbon Trust is a global climate change consultancy. So we work with both private and public sector organizations, helping them to develop their decarbonization strategies. And I work in the Carbon Trust Africa Johannesburg office in our sustainable finance and infrastructure team. So today I'm going to be highlighting a climate risk metric that I'm really seeing rapidly becoming a key decision-making tool for financial institutions, and that is financed emissions. For most financial institutions, the largest source of their climate exposure isn't through their own operations, it's through the companies and the projects that they finance. And so finance emissions gives us a metric, a way to understand the climate impacts of loans, of investments, of underwriting activities. That said, this is not a conversation only for financial sector stakeholders, so please don't all turn off. I know that we have a couple of banks and insurers in the room, but for companies in other sectors, this is equally important for you because all emissions that underpin financed emissions reporting. So hopefully we'll get the slides up soon, and if not, I'll just continue diving into why financed emissions matter, and I think quite importantly, how they serve as quite an important link between climate risk and financial strategy. And this is great timing because it's time to go to the next slide. So as sustainability professionals, and we've all spoken about this in the sessions already this morning, many of you are very well aware that the African continent is really on the front line of climate vulnerability. Our economies rely very heavily on climate sensitive sectors. If we think rain-fed agriculture, mining, utilities, and these sectors often lack the capital buffer that is needed to absorb shocks and the capital impacts of these climate shocks. So when disruptions happen, the effects move very quickly across supply chains and even across country borders. And as a result of that, for many financial institutions, these capital events trickle through to their own balance sheets. And that's why climate risk really is a financial risk, and I think should be treated with the same rigor as you would any other risk in your taxonomy, be it credit, market, or operational risk. Climate data matters to financial institutions because it helps them understand where in their portfolios they may be exposed to climate impact. And without it, it's harder to price risk, it's harder to set strategies, and it's harder to also comply with emerging regulations, which we'll discuss shortly. It's also worth noting that finance emissions have the potential to be a hidden liability. They often far exceed financial institutions' operational emissions, yet most financial institutions aren't measuring them. And as a result of that, you could be overlooking perhaps one of the largest sources of your environmental risk. And then lastly, regulators and investors now expect boards to integrate climate into decision making. And failure to do so isn't just a reputational issue anymore, it can actually lead to regulatory penalties, to investor divestment, and potentially higher capital costs. So certainly climate change matters, undoubtedly, for financial institutions. But I think equally so, the reverse is true, that African financial institutions matter quite enormously for climate action. If we can just go to the next slide, please. So if we think about it, every credit risk decision, every investment, every underwriting activity really has the potential to influence the emissions trajectory of the real economy. And in this way, I like to think of financial institutions sometimes as gatekeepers, directing whether capital flows into high-emitting sectors or into climate-aligned opportunities. And because financed emissions are usually the largest source of a financial institution's footprint, it also makes them potentially the largest lever for change, and that's the portfolio impact. Financial institutions are also important for facilitating climate action because we see when a bank or an asset manager commits to climate standards, it sets a market signal. And all of a sudden, expectations increase across sectors and companies have a much stronger incentive to measure their own emissions. And then lastly, the leverage that the sector has by the very nature of what it does means that it can be a catalyst for corporate climate action. And this is not only through lending and investment activities. I think it's also strategically through engagement with your partners and with your clients. So for all these reasons, financial institutions do certainly play an important role in driving climate action. But that said, I think it's also worth noting the role that regulation plays in shaping this landscape. And in Africa in particular, we're seeing a lot of momentum in that space. Next slide, please. So if we take a look back at the last decade or so, we're able to see quite a clear trajectory. So from about 2010 to 2019, we saw a lot of sustainability frameworks emerging, largely voluntary, very much narrative-driven. Then from about 2020, we saw several African countries introducing climate risk guidance, and this includes regulation for how financial institutions should be assessing climate risk. And then more recently, in the last few years, we've seen a real push for regulatory standards to align or to adopt voluntary frameworks. If we think, for example, IFRS S2, and we're seeing the direction of disclosure moving towards mandatory. I think it's quite appropriate to be in Kenya this week because the country shows a great example of this trend. You may be familiar with the draft climate risk disclosure framework of the Central Bank of Kenya, and this will require commercial banks to report their financed emissions by January 2027, I believe, which is really not too far away. And this is alongside integrating climate considerations into governance, strategy, and risk management. So I think the uptake of climate disclosure regulation that we're seeing across Africa, Nicole mentioned in Tanzania, we're also seeing in Nigeria regulation that's going to be mandating emissions reporting, really speaks to this broader regional trend, and that is that emissions measurement is a part of risk oversight and governance. Next slide, please. So if you are a bank or an insurer in the room, you may be wondering, well, what are we measuring exactly? Taking it a step back, I'm sure most of you are aware of the different scopes of emissions, so I won't go into the definitions there. But just to highlight that financed emissions represent the emissions that are associated with financing activities, so with loans, with investments, with insurance activities. But defining emissions is really only the starting point. And I think the real and the interesting question is how do we turn that understanding into action? And then just to highlight, and I know it's off the screen here, that financed emissions would form part of your scope 3 for financial institutions. Next slide, please. Thank you. So measurement really is the key and critical starting point because it serves as a foundation for everything. It gives you visibility regardless of whether you are a financial institution or an organization in another industry about where you may be exposed to climate risk and what the biggest potential levers are to address it. And it's really interesting because as soon as you start measuring your emissions, patterns emerge. You can see which sectors are vulnerable, where transition pressure is likely to build, where clients may need your support. And then when you set targets, they become grounded because they're based on real numbers. And that means that climate transition strategies can be a lot more focused and specific. And it means that your engagement with borrowers and investors becomes much more tailored and targeted. And ultimately, your disclosure to external organizations becomes a lot more credible. I do want to emphasize, though, that measurement is only useful if it drives decisions. So never measure just for measurement's sake. The real value lies in whether this information can actually be used to influence decisions. And I think an important part of that is not only about investment and risk models, it's about conversations with your stakeholders. Next slide, please. Once you start measuring, one thing inevitably comes clear, and that is your scope 3 emissions is usually where the real impact lies. And I would say that this is true across most sectors. But for financial institutions, studies show that financed emissions can be greater by a factor of over 700 times their direct emissions, which is incredibly significant. And this exposure is financially relevant as well, which I'll explain in the next few slides. But this speaks to why investors and regulators are emphasizing financed emissions disclosure, not to increase the burden of their investees, but to enable better decision making. Next slide, thank you. So how do we actually do this? The most widely adopted standard today is considered PCAF, which is the Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials. It was developed with the GSG protocol, which I'm sure many of you will know, the leading standard for emissions measurement and disclosure that's used by most companies. And the PCAF guidance really aims to give financial institutions a clear, consistent, comparable way to calculate their financed emissions across their financing activities. And what I think makes PCAF quite easily implementable for those who are just starting out is that it recognizes the reality that data won't always be perfect. I would even say data's not there half of the time. And it allows you to use proxies as data improves. So how does this work in practice? On the next slide, I show that calculating financed emissions all comes down to attribution. So financial institutions will only take on the portion of emissions that corresponds to their relative share of financing. I won't go through every single step as it may not be relevant to you all, but what I will highlight is the first important step, which is mapping your portfolio. You need to break it down by sector, by asset class, because this helps you identify where financed emissions are likely to be concentrated. As I said, you collect emissions data. Hopefully that's real and verified data from borrowers and investees. But if not, use proxies, use averages, and then just signal transparently where improvements are needed to be made. And then the final step is applying an attribution factor. As an example here on the screen, if you finance 70% of a project, you would then attribute 70% of its emissions to you as the financial institution. The process certainly doesn't have to be perfect, especially if you're just starting out. Really, the goal is to start building a baseline, improving data quality over time, and then using that insights to inform decision making. We can go to the next slide, please. I have an example here which visually shows how financed emissions can highlight where your risks are most concentrated. And not to pick on Tony and the oil and gas sector, as this is just an explanatory example, we're able to see here for a bank's loan portfolio, it's really clear to see that the oil and gas investment has the highest carbon emissions intensity. So what could happen is that you could have a bank whose loan portfolio is technically only 10% in oil and gas, but because its carbon emissions intensity is so significantly higher than the other sectors, they could be completely overlooking it. And so this is why measuring your financed emissions and doing some portfolio hotspotting can be a really useful exercise to inform decision making. We also measure emissions so that we're able to set credible targets. So once you have that financed emissions baseline, you can set science-based decarbonization goals, not only for disclosure purposes, but they can also guide lending and investment decisions. And then finally, as I said, the really important part is about leveraging those insights to potentially inform capital allocation where it makes sense. Perhaps we're needing to redirect investment to renewable energy on the left side, which has the lowest carbon emissions intensity. All of this, though, is, I think, a bit easier said than done. So on the next slide, I've highlighted some challenges and some potential solutions. If you could just go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the first challenge is a really interesting one. And I think it's one that's faced by many sustainability professionals. It's about getting your sustainability topic on the agenda. How can we elevate its importance to a strategic level? And so with financed emissions, it's about really highlighting how that metric can inform strategic investment decisions, how that metric should be informing, for example, investment due diligence and screening processes. We've spoken about the challenges of data availability and quality. So many companies, especially if they're not listed, they don't have to report their emissions. But that doesn't mean to delay action. Certainly we can rely on estimates, we can rely on proxies and industry averages. So the solution is to start with the best available data and improve over time. Next, you just go back a slide, we see a challenge in Africa of regional disparities. So African markets don't always have their own standardized climate reporting frameworks, and I think global benchmarks don't always reflect local realities. So here we recommend using the global standards, but then adapting it for your local context. And I think there's even an opportunity here for financial institutions to collaborate regionally to develop sector-specific benchmarks and local standards. Next is often technical and capacity gaps. We'd really recommend investment in training and partnerships, build your internal capacities and use external consultants along the way. And then finally, there are also sometimes client engagement barriers. Investees or borrowers may resist disclosure. They may see it as being overly complex or costly. Increasingly, what I'm seeing amongst some African asset managers and private equity firms is they themselves are developing sector-agnostic tools that their investees can then use. And as an example of this, the UNFCCC has a GHG carbon calculator that can help those who are starting out in their journey to do some preliminary carbon accounting. So, what I'd like to leave you with today on my final slide is that finance has a climate footprint, a climate responsibility, and I think a tremendous climate opportunity. If there's anything that you remember, it would be these 4 key things. Start now. Whether you're a financial institution, whether you are an organization that relies on external financing, even basic emissions data sets can reveal material risks and highlight strategic opportunities. And as you build capacity internally and with your clients, you'll see that climate risk stops being this abstract topic and it becomes something that is meaningful for measuring performance and understanding key financial impacts. And for non-financial institutions in the room, collaborate and share. Transparent climate data doesn't just mean meeting reporting expectations. It actually makes your business more attractive to investors and to lenders who are seeking climate-ready companies. And then lastly, for organizations that measure their financed emissions early, use these insights to price your risk better, to differentiate your products, and to position yourself ahead of regulatory and market shifts. All in all, as I said, climate risk is a financial risk, but managing it well, I think, is certainly a strategic advantage. And those who act early will benefit, because when you measure what matters, like financed emissions, you can manage it. And when you manage it, you can actually make better decisions. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm really happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Megan. Thank you so much. If you have any question in regards to our presentation, please, you can notify by raising up your hands. Okay, we have a question. We have 2 questions that you wish us. Okay.
Hi, Megan. Thanks so much for the good and wonderful presentation. My name is Juma Mandela from Diamond Trust Bank. The East African environment has played a lot of insight in terms of adoption of IFRS S1 and S2 standard, with Kenya leading, and I think ISPAC is expecting public listed entities to comply by the year 2027. And of course, a Bank of Uganda and Bank of Tanzania are also given guidelines on minimum disclosure requirements. My ask is in terms of your journey with the FIs, how is the journey so far within the East African context?
Yeah, so as I said, start now. We understand that for many companies in Africa, don't necessarily have the internal resources, and especially if they're not listed, they don't have to report their emissions. So for a lot of financial institutions, they come to us and they ask, well, where do we start if we don't have that data? And we say use proxies, use sector averages, use best practice guidance like the PCAF standard that I mentioned, which is really global best practice standard, best practice guidance. And they allow you to use these proxies as you start in your journey. So that's how you start. When you go through that process, what we also do is we assist with capacity building. That may be providing capacity building to your internal teams as a bank to then work with your investees and get them to start reporting their emissions data, or we work directly with your investees and we help them identify where they can start to get that data together for you. I will say that it is a journey, it is a process, but certainly in the East African region, these regulations are pending. And so start now and start early.
Hello, my name is Agatha Famike. My question is a bit, sorry, my voice may be shaky because I'm a bit shy. My question is a comment and a question. Going through financials or sustainability reports for banks, I've noticed there's a mindset to reporting finance emissions for those that report. It's almost like, okay, this is our TCO2 per year finance emission. Now what, right? So you see some companies that are a little on the high side, average side. It's almost like, oh, okay, I've reported, now what? There's no active movement towards changing it because now what? Secondly, which I would like to hear your opinion on, the body language from the US around factoring climate risks into investment has sent a message across the entire system about how important or otherwise it is to factor climate risks into investment decisions. And it also feeds into reporting on finance emissions because I'm going to invest in this sector because it pays me. It works for me as a bank. The turnover time for investing in green businesses is actually a little longer than your usual industries. So I invest in oil and gas, now what? I'm going to tell you my finance emissions, now what? Can you make a case for that? Does that make sense?
Maybe in one sentence you can repeat your question.
Okay. My question would be how, say you are sitting in front of executives for banks, and they are saying, oh, we're going to invest in this sector because it makes money sense, it makes profit sense. Why should these be priority for us, especially as an African bank, an African business, to prioritize climate risk in financing decisions for investments? Does that make sense?
That makes complete sense. So to address, I think, the first part of your sentence, I think that's absolutely correct. Measurement of financial emissions is stage 0. It is only the foundation, and there needs to become a strategy that is informed by that. So financed emissions can inform a number of things. I think the next step after measurement is to set a target. So you have that first year's baseline, set a science-based target. SBTI provides guidance on that. And then you need to measure your progress over time in line with that target. Another thing that we recommend doing is actually conducting climate risk and opportunity assessment. So you use the outputs from the financed emissions assessment, which tells you which sectors and which clients you should be engaging with, and it tells you, helps you develop engagement strategies for addressing risks and potential opportunities with those sectors. And financed emissions, setting targets, conducting climate risk and assessment are the 3 key things that really should be feeding into your transition strategy, which hopefully you measure and disclose over time. So that's the first part of the question. The second part, if I'm understanding correctly, it's about how to make the business case for integrating climate risk. And that's an excellent question as well, because I think, as I said, it's one of the big barriers that we're seeing. How do we get climate change even onto the agenda? And I think what makes the business case is really linking it to the financial impact. One of the ways that we're increasingly seeing companies do that is through carbon pricing, having an internal carbon price associated with your activities so that you can then account for the externalities of your emissions impact and of the activities that you have as a business, and you put a financial cost to those activities. What we can also do is conduct analysis like marginal abatement cost or MAC analysis, and it tells you over time the savings that you can get from interventions like renewable energy and energy efficiency. And so we find those are quite useful tools when we're speaking to executives to really make the business case for the financial materiality of addressing risk. I see that there was one other question, so please do find me in the networking break.
I can ask now? Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it. So we'll be going straight to the next presentation. Just so you know, kindly note that we just have 2 presentations before the lunch break. And so right away we'll be having Shida Mutuku, CEO Woodside, who will be taking us on the environmental sustainability and AI within corporate Africa. Shida, if you're ready, the floor is yours. Okay.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody is awake. This will not be painful. Yeah. Let me start here. My presentation is up. Great. So thank you to Lead Vent Group, that's how you say it, I hope, for this event, ESG and Climate Africa Summit. I think sustainability conversations are critical. If we are ever to hope to have a thriving corporate space in Africa, and indeed a prosperous Africa. The topic for my speaker session today is corporate sustainability, not environmental sustainability, and AI in corporate Africa. Very focused on Africa, so for the ones who are outside of our continent, bear with us, but I'm sure there's an intersection somewhere. And really, what I'm talking about today is a state of address of corporate sustainability and AI. My colleague at the end of the room just asked a very critical question. After compliance in Africa, then what? Then what happens? Okay? I hope my presentation will give you a couple of answers to that question. So this is not I'm not focusing on the technical aspects of AI or corporate sustainability. There's a wealth of knowledge where that is concerned. That is what you do every day, I'm sure, when you go to work. So mine, as I said, is a state of address. Okay? Second. So what would a prosperous Africa look like? Would anybody like to share that with us very briefly? Because you're on my time. What would that look like? Anybody? No? Would it be the state of art infrastructure for Africa, our roads, our energy, and everything else? Is it world-class healthcare, education, housing? Is it tech leadership, where AI is concerned? Can we be an economic powerhouse? Yes, we can, by the way, in our lifetime. But I don't know if that is your idea of prosperity for Africa. Could it be conquering space, what Elon Musk is currently doing for the United States? Can we do it? Are we even thinking about it? Could it be advanced political systems? I think that is one of the things that bogs us down completely. All right? So what would that look like for you? All right? One of the publications that we are doing on corporate sustainability is talking to business leaders across Africa and asking them this very same question. And you'll be surprised. Most of them, obviously, they come and say, you know, the economics, the social, but it boils down to one thing, which is the well-being of the people. We are in business because of the well-being of the people, all right? And whatever is in your mind's eye about what a prosperous Africa would be, can be achieved by various elements, right? Next slide, please. Next slide. So for us, what we see is that a prosperous Africa can be achieved by various elements. Corporate sustainability is key. Artificial intelligence is key. Sustainable finance is key. And also innovation, continuous growth and development of the country. That is what is going to give us a prosperous Africa, whichever way you look at it. All right, the next slide. But then there are nuances to these aspects. When you're talking about corporate sustainability, what are we talking about? There's obviously the environmental aspect, the social impact aspect, the, what do you call it? Sorry? The social impact aspect, there's the economic aspect as well. That is how we look at it, all right? So what we're saying is that corporate sustainability must be applied, but it must be Afrocentric. It must be informed by the dynamics of our environment. It cannot be imported because it will not work. It hasn't worked. And I hope we'll have a conversation about that later. When you're talking about artificial intelligence as well, same thing. It must be informed. We must build our own artificial intelligence from the ground up. Right now we have the LLMs, we have the chat GPTs, we have the Gemini, we have whatever. But I am sure, having used these models, you can see the biases that come through when we are talking about Africa and when you're trying to do things about Africa. If your strategy as an African-based company is based on consulting chat GPT, I am sure there are quite a few things that you're missing. Sustainable finance, I talk that a lot. We are in that space in terms of developing infrastructure. Now, again, the models are not aligned with our environment. If you go and ask for $35 billion from any bank, bankers who are here, yeah, the collateral that you ask me, have you ever raised this money before? Where is the collateral? Obviously, I haven't raised that money before, but I've got ambitions for my continent, all right? It is happening elsewhere, so why not here? So sustainable finance, it is something that we need to tackle as well. And then Africa must take charge of its own sustainability agenda. What is our taxonomy? What are we talking about when you're talking about sustainability, and especially corporate sustainability? What does that mean to us? All right. Next slide, please. My name is Shida Mutuku, as you've been told. I'm from Woodside Africa Group Limited, the 20-year-old company, Pan-African company, very diversified. We are in sustainable business. We are in climate-aligned social infrastructure development, just kicking off. We are in manufacturing, youth development, environmental conservation, and agribusiness, okay? Our singular purpose as a company is to generate social and economic prosperity for Africa. We are a sustainable business. We practice, we preach it, as you shall see. Next slide, please. Next. So let's talk a bit about corporate sustainability, okay? What corporate sustainability is to us, to Woodside, and to our ecosystem. What it is not what it is, what it is not. It is not charity. corporate sustainability is not planting trees. We also do not call it ESG, yeah, because we think that is a very obsolete term, and it is siloed outside of the company business model and outside the company's strategy. So what is corporate sustainability for us? For us, it is a tool for growth. Tool for growth and performance for companies. And this growth and performance, it is driven by social impact and environmental consideration. So it is not the other way around, growing our businesses and then doing good for the community. It does not work. So the question then is, if every company in Africa, top companies in Africa, are touting corporate sustainability, why don't we have anything to show for it? Why aren't our best businesses performing like the ones, let's say, in the USA, in the UK, the top businesses? Why? We have everything. We have the foundational infrastructure. We have brilliant people. We have minerals. We have nature. Why aren't we performing like the other countries, the corporates in the other countries? Yet we are touting corporate sustainability, which is supposed to be a tool for growth. If your company is not posting double-digit numbers, over 50% in terms of growth year on year, you need to sit down and ask yourself, what am I doing as a sustainability lead? Next, please. That brings us to the power of contextual intelligence, okay? So, as I said before, corporate sustainability in Africa has been driven by imported models. That is where the problem begins. And it is often treated as a compliance exercise. I would like to see a compliance tool like the one that we have that is designed for Africa, by Africa. I would like to see that from the ground up, not from somewhere else, then you come and tweak it. And what has resulted is that we have subpar outcomes for our corporates. We have disconnected initiatives. We have missed opportunities for creating real value for our continent. If you imagine that our first company in Africa, the top company in Africa, only posts about it should be about $68 billion. That figure escapes me. While the best in the world posts about $600 billion, you start asking yourself questions. Why? 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 And it is because of our approach, I believe, to business. Contextual intelligence is important. We must take cognizant of the dynamics of the African environment. Otherwise, we are going nowhere. And I think the numbers show that. Business models based on Afrocentric corporate sustainability is superior business logic, that is one. And it is designed for solutions that are favorable. And you're not just talking about the social impact numbers, we are talking about governance, we are talking about the people, we are talking about our numbers, the returns, financial performance, and it can go on and on, all right? Now, the question is, should we continue using imported compliance standards when it comes to corporate sustainability? Regardless of what your company is, it can be Africa grown, it can be an MNC with a branch here. There is opportunity, real opportunity. So what are you doing? Which route would you like to take, all right? Or are we going to really, really use corporate sustainability the way it is supposed to be used, and that is grown or designed to meet African dynamics and standards? So At Woodside, we do have a program. It is called Corporate Citizens of Africa. It's been in the market for some time, done work with some of the people here. And it is what I've been saying all along. It's a program designed for Africa market. And we are looking what it is about. It is about business leaders taking charge of the continent's sustainability agenda. It is about business leaders building world-class organizations right here in Africa. It's about getting Africa's business leaders to be architects of a better world. Without compassion, without caring for people, our businesses are not going to thrive. Corporate Africa will continue contracting. Okay? And these are purpose-led businesses, as I said. The architecture of the program, some of the things that we do is awareness. You got to know what's going on. Thought leadership, where are we right now? Where are we going? What are the elements in play? Education, what really is sustainability to us? We also talk about research and features and consultancy, right? So, next slide, please. That's just what we do, and yep. Okay. So let's talk a bit about artificial intelligence as well. All right. What are the myths? AI is a magic bullet. Prompt, get my answer. I know they say that this, what is that disclaimer at the bottom? There's a disclaimer, may not be accurate, okay? Fine. However, the true story, I think somebody just said it here. There's a teenager who was led to commit suicide. Unfortunately, the majority of us take that as God's truth. That is what is happening on the ground, whether you like it or not. So you post your strategy, what you want, what comes out, this is what I'm going to do because I've been told by Gemini. No, it doesn't work like that. It's not a magic bullet. It is not objective and neutral. That's a myth. It is not. I would like to get into that, but my time. It understands context, what we've been talking about. No, it doesn't. The realities are that AI that has been designed organically from Africa for Africa is non-existent. You'll find bits and pieces, you know, agriculture, this is what it's going to do, travel, this is the AI we are going to use. So you'll find very fragmented pieces of technology calling themselves AI, fine, but you'll not find LLMs that are designed from Africa, okay? The reality then is that AI reflects current biased worldviews. Therefore, Africa is at a major disadvantage. You also find that Africa, with the current worldviews about Africa, I don't know if there's anybody who's ever researched from an African perspective where AI is concerned. Our work is deeply, deeply steeped in Africa, and the stuff we get is crazy. So what is going to happen then, the reality, is that these worldviews, because now they have help from technology, are just going to get worse and worse. And that is crazy for Africa if we don't do something about it. Okay? We have talked about the models, reinforcing global biases. Even if they speak African languages, I'm sure ChatGPT can speak to you in Kamba, Kikuyu, Zulu, whatever language, but it doesn't mean it understands context. It doesn't mean it is an African designed AI, all right? So if your AI is trained on the wrong worldview, it just continues to reinforce the old patterns, what I've been talking about. Speaking language does not mean understanding the context. Using local data or thinking does not mean understanding from the local perspective. Next, please. I've already talked about that. Please, yeah, that's the right one. So what does a truly Afrocentric AI look like? Some of the things. It's from our intelligence, contextual intelligence, from Africa's perspective. Yeah, we have lived in this market. We have gone to school in this market. We have worked in companies in this market. We have traveled all over. We are exposed to global institutions. So we can put all this knowledge together to work for us. That is not happening currently. Yeah? And it should. It has to be designed from scratch with our realities in mind. It has to be designed for Africa outcomes as enlisted there. Next, please. So then what is the opportunity? Yeah. Why this matters for corporate sustainability? The AI that you use can determine your growth, all right, or not. Using AI trained on African models results in making decisions with incomplete or biased intelligence. Truly Afrocentric AI, it enables accurate environmental monitoring and forecasting, resource allocation, and strategic decisions aligned with Africa's growth and sustainability priorities. AI that does not understand Africa will always underestimate Africa's potential. AI built with Africa as the epistemic center will unlock potential at scale, which we want, at speed, and on our terms. Let us talk about financing Africa's development and how it links with all this. Without serious capital, then our development stalls. You can talk about corporate sustainability being perfect. You can talk about our AI being perfect, Afrocentric, but if we do not have capital, then we are not going to change the face of Africa. We have capital, it is just not in our hands, or we haven't found a way of putting it in our hands. For Africa to look markedly different the next 50 years compared to the past 50 years, something has got to change. Something has got to change. A lot of it is hinged on capital. Right now, speaking from experience, the models that we have, and I'm talking about huge money, we're talking about billions, trillions, even, of dollars, okay? There are no systems that cater for, I will speak for us, for Africa's businesses. Probably the large-ish SMEs, all right? They're often slow, cumbersome, and biased. They're designed for a different context, and they're ill-suited for our ambitions. If you're talking about a 1.2 billion hospital in Africa, if you're talking about a 350 million sports city in Africa, this is dollars. If you're talking about a 500 million housing, affordable housing for the youth, all right? Where do you get this capital? Certainly not in our banks. And if there's a bank that gives that, please talk to me very quickly, all right? So the solution then is to design our own Afrocentric financing options. Otherwise, if we keep on using the models that are existing, then Africa's prosperity will not happen in our lifetime, and I doubt it will not happen even within the next generation. So what we have done, and what I propose that we all do as Africa's businesses, is to look at alternative ways of financing our ambitions. And our ambitions have got to be huge for Africa to prosper, all right? So we have Africa, next slide please, sorry, I'm reading from here. So we have Africa Social Infrastructure Fund at Woodside. This is what is funding our social infrastructure, all right? And we are pulling together $35 billion. and this is for the purposes of installing world-class, large-scale developments in the areas, foundational sectors, which Africa is still grappling with. Housing, healthcare, education, sports, apparel. Those are the sectors that we're looking at. Now, what this is going to do, hard facts, what this is going to do, research fact based on science. $35 billion in Africa. 50 world-class projects, huge projects, hospitals, schools, that kind of thing. The jobs that we are always talking about, because our youth, quality jobs, because our youth cannot get that, we haven't thought ahead, yet it is something that we can resolve. This is going to answer that. In terms of GDP, to 75 billion plus. This is a plan that is in motion. So currently we have secured pledges of $100 million plus. It's about 109. There are certain things we have to do. I have to buy land. I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Some legal aspects that I have to put in place. But that is more or less secured, which for us then says, this truly can work for us. And once we hit $350 million by getting corporate members, some of the governments, some of the public, then we kick off the first large-scale development. Piece by piece, until we hit 50 within the next 15 years. We wanted to do it over 50 years, but AI, we hope, we will have our own AI, which will make us move faster. Corporate members, if this looks like a good opportunity for you, because remember, your performance is driven by social impact, then we should be having a very quick discussion. Next, please. So how do we take charge of Africa's sustainability agenda? In summary, corporate sustainability based on our realities. We seize control of the narrative. Comply, only comply if it makes sense to your business performance and growth. Compliance for the sake of compliance is really, really a waste of everybody's time, all right? And we need to design our own, as we are doing at CCA as well. We need to shift from defensive. We need to go on the offensive. We need to say, this is our continent. This is what I am going to do. These are the partners I'm going with. The ones who will be aligned to it, fine. The ones who will not be, they will catch up ahead. All right? Next slide. So the call to action for you. Contextual strategy audit. I've spoken about that. Compliance for the sake of compliance is not it. AI for the sake of AI, because that is it, that is what you have, is not going to work for you. Launch a pilot project if you want, okay? And engage in this capital conversation that we are doing. So in closing, last slide please. Corporate sustainability will only generate Africa's prosperity when it is designed with Afrocentric intelligence, powered by our own AI, ground up, remember, and financed by our capital, because then you design it to fit your needs. And in closing, with the slide that we started with, if there's anything that you can take away today from my presentation, corporate sustainability, Afrocentric, artificial intelligence, Afrocentric, sustainable finance, yes, we can do it. We are proving it. Growth and development, we must do it. The 50 projects, that's not it. We need more. What are you doing in your space? What can you do? It has to be continuous every day. That is what's going to lead to Africa's prosperity. All right? That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for sharing those cutting-edge strategies. Because of time, maybe we'll take just a question, just one question. Just one question before the last presentation.
Thank you very much for that amazing presentation. I'm always fascinated whenever people talk about AI. And it's quite also interesting to see how much AI is impacting on us globally. Now, I just wanted to ask, a couple of weeks ago I had a chance to read about Stargate, which is probably going to be one of the biggest AI farms, for lack of a better word, but also the amount of emissions involved in AI projects of such a kind. It would interestingly emit more than what we could actually see Nairobi emitting in, I mean, what it would emit in a year would probably be what Nairobi would emit in probably 10 years, Nairobi as a city. How sustainable is that, especially for Africa? Because, you know, that's the question of, you know, we need this thing to make things move better, faster, but then it has crazy repercussions which impact on the environment, climate, and so on and so forth. But also what was also interesting about this is when the question of where the energy to power that farm would come from, which is again interesting because it uses almost 10 times, if it's say in a city, it uses 10 times what a city uses, just a tank farm of that sort. Where do you see that happening from? Because they are talking about using natural gas, which again makes me feel so good, making oil and gas very relevant to this conversation. But where does Africa see us getting the energy to power those kind of farms? Because these are very important things if we're talking about prosperity, but also the climate.
The practicality of it.
Thank you.
Great questions. I love it, especially the first one. All right? In terms of the damage to the environment, and yet we need this AI for Africa. All right? This is what I normally say. Are we going to sacrifice Africa's prosperity I'm trying to be careful about how I say this. I'm trying to be very careful, but I'll say it for the environment. Because remember, Africa, we're just beginning to walk. There's so many things we need to develop in our country. And yes, the environment is going to take a bit of a hit. But we cannot do it wantonly. We have to do it intelligently. Yes, we have to agree some of this is going to happen, like the companies, let's say in the United States, in the UK, in the developed world, they are still running their companies and emitting, but they have a carbon strategy that is going on. So can we come up with such programs for Africa as well? Because God knows we need to develop our continent, and we cannot stop it because of the environment. We'll take care of the environment as much as we can, but what has to go, it will go. That is my view.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for your time. Thank you so much.
For you, I answer the second question. Thank you.
Please, if your hands are not too busy, please let's put our hands together for her. Right, so this is the last presentation before we go for our lunch break. So I quickly want to call to the stage Sheila Garakara, who will be taking us on ESG, sustainable investment and climate finance. The floor is yours, Sheila.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, that's more energy than I expected, given that it's been a long morning, very insightful, but long nonetheless. I know I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I will try to keep it quick and short, while still imparting the information I came to share with today. So my name is Sheila Garakara from Zambia, Lusaka. Solidaridad is an international civil society organization, and we work with smallholder farmers and small agribusinesses to strengthen inclusive and sustainable value chains. So mostly within the agricultural sector, but a few countries also look at small-scale miners. So that's just a brief introduction. So, and I'm looking at financing sustainable agriculture in Africa. Next slide, please. So there are three things that we need to look at when we talk about financing sustainable agriculture. I think the biggest one, obviously, is the climate risk. Climate change is a direct threat to the livelihoods of African populations and the agricultural population. We all know that, or maybe we don't all know this, but over 2/3 of the population of Africa are reliant on agriculture. They work in it either directly on farm or throughout the value chain. So when we discuss agriculture and financing agriculture, we cannot leave it out of the equation of sustainable financing and economic resilience. We'll also look at some of the financing models that are currently there and what we can tweak to actually make sure that they work for the smallholder farmers. And like my previous speaker said, contextualizing it to African needs, because a lot of the times we'll take something from outside the continent and try and copy and paste it, and it doesn't always work. And then lastly, we'll look at long-term strategies that we can employ in our different projects, especially for NGOs, CSOs. We tend to then become very, we then own the project such that when the project ends, those farmers or groups or businesses we're working with almost collapse, which shouldn't happen really. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I said, climate change is a big threat. We've all seen what's happened over the last few decades, from flooding, extreme temperatures, drought, which threatens and even reverses any development gains that we have. So we have negative economic impacts in such that we then have reduced output, which already, if we are saying that the continent relies heavily on agriculture, national GDPs are either shrinking or slowing down because they don't have that component of income anymore. Secondly, we then have food prices going up, affordability, social stability across the continent is then threatened. Secondly, we then have a humanitarian crisis in that millions of our farmers rely on rain-fed agriculture. They cannot afford a lot of the irrigation systems and technologies that would allow them to produce without rain, which then means that a flood or a drought can wipe out the entire harvest. Food security is threatened, and again, livelihoods are threatened. Next slide, please. So, how do we then try and mitigate those risks and lessen those impacts through financing? Right now, when we speak of climate finance, a lot of it is directed to large infrastructure projects or commercial projects. So your renewable energies, your big dams, all great and helpful, given that the whole ecosystem needs to work together. But unfortunately, because smallholder farmers are perceived, and maybe they are really very high risk because of the areas that they are, how they manage their businesses, so to speak. Some of them are not even an established business, so even just extending credit becomes a problem. The high cost of doing that, a lot of the times then climate financing overlooks the smallholder farmers, and they cannot cope with the changes they're already facing. So I think the first thing is accessible finance. And in this area, there are plenty of banks, MFIs, those are microfinancial institutions that already have innovative products that are accessible to farmers. So you have your group lending schemes, pooled savings, input credits, which is where an input company or an agro dealer can advance some seed fertilizer to the farmer on credit or maybe with a cash deposit, and then repay the balance at the end of the season. We had a project where we worked with a soy seed company that would advance bags of seed to the farmers. They pay 50%, and then the other 50% they actually repay in kind, so part of their harvest. So whatever the prices are, if it turns out to be 2-3 bags, of their harvest is what they then pay back to the seed company, which then obviously they do seed multiplication. But then at least that means that a farmer is not planting soy that season because they cannot afford to buy seed. So products like that would help our smallholder farmers a great deal. Secondly, on a maybe a bigger scale, sorry, please go back to the previous slide. Patient capital, which would be the same as like impact investing, because this is investments that would forego an immediate or a large financial return in exchange for wider environment and social impacts. So loans that have a longer repayment horizon, maybe lower interest rates, concessional, to just allow for the seasonality of agriculture. And an example of that is we've got AgDevCo, which has a smallholder development unit. That's what the SDU stands for there. And they provide flexible long-term financial instruments to growth stage and early stage startups, as well as technical assistance. And the technical assistance component also becomes key in that you are guiding these farmers and businesses through and capacity building to also, again, de-risk and make sure that your investment gains a return, financial as well as social and environmental return. Lastly, we need to look at more blended financing mechanisms where we are combining public grants with private capital for infrastructure, for inputs, and a good example of that is the Agribusiness Capital Fund, which was initially started by IFAD, but right now there are many partners on, and what they do is it's a blend of concessional and commercial capital to rural enterprises. Again, very rural-centric, focused to the smallholder farmer, making sure they create those linkages between the farmer, the agribusinesses, a larger market. They also have a technical assistance facility to, again, just handhold through the process to make sure that any progress made is not lost, and farmers and businesses are learning as they go. So I think this is where we are. Each component, like I said, is at different stages of maturity, with the first one being, I think, the most at a very, very basic level. But for number 2 and 3, we really need to think of more ways to get that. And like Shida said, sorry, there's an echo before, again, focusing on them being very Afro-centric investments. Next slide, please. Okay, so financing is one part of it, but what are we then focusing on once we start financing sustainable agriculture? What are the climate smart agriculture priorities? CSA is climate smart agriculture. Water harvesting, like we said, drought is very prevalent, so we need to invest in efficient irrigation techniques and tools. Secondly is maybe going into more research and development of drought-resistant crop varieties. Thirdly, integrating agroforestry into our farms and farmers, afforestation, as well as farmer-managed natural regeneration. For our cattle growing communities, previous slide please, for the cattle growing communities, we need to invest in capacity building and technical expertise of rotational grazing, which not only restores the degenerated land, it actually starts to regenerate on itself, and then the ripple effect of that is major in terms of the soil is improved, the grass nutrition is improved, productivity is improved. These are actually all separate presentations on their own, so just touching a little bit on each. You can reach me later if you need to know anything more. And then lastly, we really also need to look at soil health restoration, e.g. the use of biochar, which is an organic fertilizer in essence. And these are mechanisms and techniques that our farmers can use even post-project to stay viable. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, lastly, we will then look at exit strategies. Like I said, a lot of the times a project ends, an intervention ends, and that group of beneficiaries is stagnant or regresses. The first thing that I think is key is creating a sense of ownership within that group. So let us strengthen the cooperatives and other farmer-based organizations that we are working with, financing, insuring, for instance, make them be able to do collective bargaining by themselves, and then sharing the knowledge and transferring any project assets and ownership to them before the project ends, so that by the time the project is ending, they already know how to manage that, whether it's a storage facility, a spray race or dip tank, whatever it is. We have a project in which we built spray races, so that's where cattle get dipped for tick-borne diseases and all other diseases. But for that, instead of us going to the donor and say we need X amount to build spray races, we say, okay, this is what you can give us, and then the balance we'll get from the community. So the community provided the labor. They provided natural resources around them, like the sand, some of the blocks that they could build with the sand around them. They did that, the blocks and the bricks. So already that gives a sense of ownership in that they're building something for themselves, as opposed to you just going there and say, we've built this, now use it. And then in that as well, whatever interventions, buildings, so if you're talking about rotational grazing, like I spoke about, that requires a large level of coordination over a large geographical area. So whether it's a whole village, a whole district. So again, it doesn't help that you have your own project officers or staff going and doing it for them, rather training them, having them set up committees that do the mapping of how and when the cattle move, and then they lead that, and you provide the governance structures, give them that training on how then to change these committees, who's the chair, who's the treasurer, all of that, and that really provides the autonomy of a project for it to continue post intervention or end project. Secondly, market access and value chain integration, I beg your pardon, which is simply just securing reliable markets and off-takers so that these farmers have a constant and sustainable income, which then makes them donor independent, rather than, again, giving free inputs, getting, off-takers already set by the project that come with the project but leave when the project leaves. And then lastly, digital knowledge and transfer, which means we can make use of local tools such as mobile weather alerts and digital extension services. And these don't have to be on a smartphone. Previous speakers have spoken, for instance, about the USSD codes, which regardless of smartphone or what type of a phone you have, you can at least access those services, and you don't need someone, a project officer, expert, extension officer from an input company to come and help you. The farmers can then get that on their own. Next slide. So lastly, it then means that we just need to shift our thinking a little bit. So yes, if we look at it on paper, smallholder farmers are quite high risk, but how do we de-risk them and create ways in which they can be the stewards of food security? So we de-risk them and provide them those financial opportunities, sustainable financial opportunities. Secondly is moving from mitigation focused to adaptation focused finance, so that farmers can also deal with the impacts that they're facing now. A lot of the times financing models and mechanisms are dealing with the future, whereas they're challenges already now. So in essence, we just really need to think about where we are, what we're doing, how do we contextualize it, what's working, what's not working, take the lessons, and then just keep creating from there until we finally get to a point where we can say we are sustainably financing agriculture in Africa. Thank you so much. I will take any questions very quickly if there are any.
Any questions for Sheila? I think.
Hi, can you share a little bit the type of investors that you have in your portfolio? You mentioned that there's some grant funding. Is there any debt, equity, and other forms of finance that you receive?
Okay, so for us as an organization, we receive grant funding purely, and that is to run the projects. And then to the farmers themselves, it then becomes a combination of some grant funding and then small loans. So like I said, for us, we work with very, very small farmers, and the context of what a smallholder farmers is different. So I think South Africa will have someone with like 20 to 30 hectares of land being a smallholder farmer. Zambia, I think we quantify less than 5 hectares of land. So those are most of the farmers that we work with. So the loans that we advance to them are very small. But also at a very low interest rate, and then the rest is through grant funding, but it doesn't go directly to them. This would be then in the form of capacity building, so training sessions. So we're investing into their knowledge and capacity building, and projects vary, but there are sometimes then, yes, we can then advance a small grant for something specific. So in essence, when I say like we built a spray race or a chicken run, that in essence is a grant into the project, but we then require some sort of skin in the game, so to speak, from the farmers. But different NGOs and CSOs do it differently. Like I said, the big 8 organizations will bring on partners such as EU, Swede Fund, and then they decide some of it is loan, some of it is equity, also depending on the size and scale of the business or farm that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila, for your presentation. My name is Lucy. Based on your experience and what you've seen, what would you say is the best model to enhance financing to the small scaleholder farmers? Because access to finance and affordability remains the greatest challenge for small scaleholder farmers for purposes of climate change activities. Thank you.
I think that right now our best shot at affordable and accessible finance for smallholder farmers is the group lending model. For me, that's what I'm seeing is working well, in that for the lenders, they find, let's call it the strength in numbers, because with the group lending model, we're all responsible for this debt. So if I default, Lucy knows she cannot trust me and can kick me out of the group, which affects the sustainability of the whole cooperative or organization, so to speak. But another one, I think, is if we look at digital inclusion. So working with our mobile money operators, so mobile network operators who have mobile money, and it's digital inclusion, which is not, which is accessible. You don't need internet for mobile money. I think a lot of us in our different countries are familiar with how mobile money works. So you don't need a smartphone per se, but what MNOs are starting to do and have started to do is also advancing small loans through your mobile money account. The KYC is already taken care of when you register your SIM card and you register your mobile money account. Your income earning levels are also assessed at that point. So at any point you could say, I need a loan of, if I put it in dollar terms, let's say $100, and you're able to get it instantly. And I mean, the amounts vary, but when we're talking about smallholders at that level, I think that's where we need to start, and that's what would work well. The banking and MFI channels, like you said, interest rates are very high. In Zambia, we have interest rates of 30 to 40%. Which is highly prohibitive. Whereas if we then go through the MNOs, they offer lower interest rates. And because of that, the banks see them as competition and are now starting to try and collaborate with them rather than compete. So I think over time, it will then become more affordable, we hope. Hope I've answered you correctly. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I think since we are running late, if you don't mind, can you take this offline? The question with Sheila. Yep. Thank you. Thanks for your time, Sheila. So it's time for lunch now. So what I'm proposing, let's join back by 2:15 latest. So we'll start the next session at 2:15. So have a good lunch and networking with your colleagues here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So when you're going out, you get the tag for your lunch right at the door. You can just take a tag for your lunch, and please do enjoy your lunch break.
1 2. Check. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Mic test 1 2. 1 2. Check. Check 1. Check 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check. Mic test 1 2. Check. Check 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 check.
Brenda, si twende. Uko juu. Wewe unapanda juu?
Mimi naenda.
Si twende ukinionyesha njia. Unataka twende? Eka tu hapa kwa meza alafu kama. Wewe una pressure. Twende, tusiende tu haraka tunarudi. Juwe mi hadi nasikia headache. Unaweza kuanzia jana nilikuwa na stress nyingine. Mtoto vingine hapo. Mpaka siku nini?
Twende.
Sawa.
Nimeambiwa hii niende nayo juu. Iko sawa?
Louis, please eat. Kule.
Enda kule, mimi naenda juu.
Wacha tuende na yeye go. Tutarudi na yeye. Nilikuwa na mpaka siwezi kuambia kwanza jana sikukula ini. Nilipata shock mpaka tumbo yangu wewe kidogo nishikwe jana wewe. Story nyingine hapo mamangu alifanya. Alifanya. I'm taking lift or something. Nangoja lift. Tukanyage ile. Uko kama mimi. Inaenda juu. Second. Janet kukanyaga akanivuruta, tukabaki sasa tumeshikilia hiyo kiti. Ikabidi watchman mwingine akakuja kapanda haraka akatushikilia mpaka ukiambia Janet ile tutumie elevator anakwambia wewe ndio hizo ziko na mapepo. Ni mnakula huko ndani.
Is? Yeah. Right straight.
Alex, we have sorted now.
We have sorted everything. Yeah.
So there's a further presentation. One of the day in the afternoon, here was for hands that will be done by Rajali. He doesn't have
yes, sir. Samuel. Oh my God. Yes, sir.
You can go.
Or is it posted to you on the next stream? So if it's someone you
have seen one, right? Yes. So you can forward to them. That is for room. Yes, for room. I received that. I have seen it.
Okay, so the picture of yours is the second floor. Yeah, it's on the other one, that's one. Yeah, it's not this one. Yes.
Cool.
Speed is a gimbal. So inatembea moja inatembea kwa orange, ingine hapa
Morris, Morris. When the tight short. Yes. Actually, I saw that they crossed. So that is, I think, when you are getting questions. So that is two tights, one wide, and tattoos. And then two za kimbo pale pale na chini. Pia chini unaweza choose to make it both kwa stage na kwa wapi. You are going to use the axis. Look at
6. Niko fiti.
Because they come in Black Magic, iko na two ways. One, kuchukua hiyo body peke yake ni 4
Hii siwezi kula kwanza. Nipatie mawe.
Unapatiwa na 6,000. And then ukitaka any superior lens, let's say 70 to 300, unazichukua kando na 1,500. And then hizo prime lens ukichukua Black Magic inakuja na 1,500. Inaweza kuwa safe. 6K ni camera plus lens, but moja inafaa ikuwe different. Moja inafaa ikuwe 7K. Hiyo yenye itachukua tight ya 70-200. I think nimewaka na wewe na ile lens fulani hivi unaikumbuka. 7K. Drone because inaweza kufanya multiple shots, like inaweza kuwa more open ended than crane, because crane inakuanga, if we don't get the correct budget, like kama 45K hatuwezi pata ile kubwa yenye inaweza move such a big distance. But if we have a budget, for hiyo kubwa, then tunaweza chukua crane hiyo kubwa. Hapana, operator can't. Operator ni 15 Gs. Bado kuna focus puller 5 Gs. Kamera yake plus 6PS. Yes. Drone nayo utachukua drone ya 15 Gs, alafu uchukue operator na 6,000. Yes. Drone
Ndio.
Zoom tutatumia H8. H8 ni latest, ni fit. Actually tunaweza tukatumia hiyo, and maybe tunaweza tukahave hizo introje, tunaweza tukahave change hiyo title hapa kwa hii change. Sure. Chukua kiti. Asante, nini imefanyika? Niambie pia mimi nijue yake, please. Just tell me.
Okay, asante. Hebu inua juu nione mwangaza. Kwa mwangaza. Unaweza nisaidia? Iko wapi nini? Endeni mkule. Enda mkule. Endeni mkule. Uko na kadi? Uko na kadi? Nini nitoje? Juu ingekuwa easy kama watu wangefanya mbio mbio, vitu zingine zikiendelea. Ala unafaa ndio setup chini. Enda ukule kwanza. Nisimamishie ninataka kutest hiyo nini. Hebu shika hii laptop kwa magoti. Hello. Sorry. Zoom itakuwa nini? Nilikuwa nasema kuna component nyingine inatoka 10k inapeanwa kwa jamaa mwingine anaitwa Faris. So what you do is tunaweza tuka mix nayo nini second audio directly pull from the main board. Si backup itakuwa main alafu Zoom itakuwa backup yetu. There's some guys wenye wamechukua and I'm going to share their recording with you. I think you can do what advice.
Can you please change it?
Yeah. Changing it, John. I'm changing it just now. Masemaje? Hiyo sound itakuwa Zoom 5000 na hiyo 10 Gs. Ni hiyo Zoom inaitwa Zoom F8 ama F6. Enye nachukua sound main ya hiyo ndio main. Yes. Nini hiyo? Umeitumia? Hiyo ni dead. Ni dead. Yes sana. Haya tunaweza. Naogopa tu ile nini, unajua nini backup. It's good to always kama tunaweza tukafika tuchukue backup. The better. Yes. Mwenye anaoperate sound tunaweza mpatia 1500. Yes. Baada ya kamera sini wanaoma. Sana di jioni tunaweza pea operators 1500 kwa nini wanatupatia hizo raw footage peke yake. Tunachukua DOP 1500 hiyo ni 30. Gimbal ni mbili na ni kubwa kwa sababu nini Blackmagic ni mzito. So gimbal tunatumia DJI-RS4 Pro. Hizo zinatoka nafungua hii nini ya equipment side zinatoka 1500 each. Gimbal ni 10k. Alafu nilikuwa nataka kusuggest kama huyu msee wa nini anaitwaje, kama mtu anaitwa nini, mtu wa main gimbal shots za nini, kama anaweza kachukuliwa anaweza kachukuliwa focus puller, itakuwa easier na atashoot better na faster kwa sababu ya reactions and stuff. Tunaweka focus puller ndio inaiangalia hapa ni 7k but ana operate mwenyewe. Haya acha ni kando na gimbal but tunaweza acha kama bagging puller. Acha ni nataka kujoin to another meeting. Anything utani clarify. Sawa. Perfect. Sawa. Nahitaji kutumia kwa flash. Ndio sura mnatoa. Hajanitumia I think. Tafuta. Iko wapi? Settings iko? Si nione nanga picha nanga nimeweka kwa nini kwa profile yangu? Poa. Not really.
No.
The brown guy mtol. Ametoka tu hapa saa sijui hata ameenda wapi. Ilikuwa gani? Ilikuwa gani? I think nimechange.
Kuna extension extra huko chini.
Hata hapo kama bag ziko. Niko na test hapa kwa Zoom. Hapa. Hii laptop itabidi restart. Sahi. Haitafanya nini?
I've sent the other one. I don't know. They sent it to you. I've sent to John. They sent it to you.
Yeah.
For Dusty.
Yeah.
Before.
Chagua tu moja. Acha ni focus na email. Wako na bado presentations na chapa asubuhi. So after this. Kadha.
Hata hiyo setup hiyo ingine msalifu amenenda kutoka setup pesa ngapi?
What's your
Diana Mourinho.
Let's see which one is this one.
Kuna wewe mwenye tunatuma nini kwa email yako utakwenda kufanya unapata? Kusende kwa email ni maana ya kitu ndio. Diana Diana Amekwambia install PowerPoint.
NY.
Hiyo sasa nimetoka kwa mlango hiyo ndo ningetoka mapema. Amenigombanisha.
Mimi ni
bridge the gap between actual impact stories and some of the ESG metrics? And finally, adaptation. Are we leveraging indigenous knowledge and traditional information for resilience? Let's move to the next slide. And so the S, which is social for ESG, environment, social and governance issues that we're talking about here, forms a very critical aspect of this particular component and what we are trying to talk about. Normally, and this is very often than not, you find that climate finance rarely reaches those small-scale farmers, those small-scale miners, energy, and other business players. And the truth is, without some of the buy-in from these people, which is communities, then you'll hardly find a project that is technically sound taking off or being sustainable for that matter. Just to give a few examples, when you look at some of the large-scale mining companies that have had challenges with their communities, these projects have failed before they were able to take off. The carbon projects that we've seen trying to take off in the course of this year in Kenya, I think in Kajiado, in Narok, NRT has faced significant challenges in having their projects take off simply because of lack of community buy-in. And so that component then becomes very critical in ensuring some of these very good projects cannot take off. Then I think if we move to the next slide, we'll talk about this ESG social aspect being more than just a metric, particularly in Africa from the examples that I've given, without, again, the social aspect being very critically looked at as a main component of any project and not just as a metric or a reporting checklist or a compliance checklist, then we will be able to face quite a number of challenges. And for the grassroots reality, you look at small-scale energy and mining enterprises, which drive local economies and livelihoods for the local people, facing a massive finance gap. I know we will talk about financing a lot. It has been spoken about, it will be talked about a lot in the course of these 2 days in many of the forums that we participate in. So how then do we bring it down all the way to the grassroots people, to the local communities? And this might require a blend of quite a number of things. Let's go to the next slide, and then the next one. So 2 slides later. I know we are quite, next slide. I know we are quite pressed on time. So just one, before we get into how do we localize financing, this is the current financial gap that Africa experiences to meet some of its climate goals by 2030, 250 billion. Some have put this figure higher, and so this is quite a modest one. And so how then do we start bridging this particular gap? Because those who attended the Africa Climate Summit, those who have been at COP30, know that this gap is not going to go anywhere really soon. And unless we become very creative about how we finance our climate goals, adaptation, resilience, and others, then if nothing else, this particular financing gap will only grow bigger. Let's move to the next slide. And even as we talk about the financing gap, we have to appreciate that women bear a significant brunt of climate issues and climate change issues. I will not belabor why, but because of that, then we cannot look at climate action and ESG as a homogeneous thing. We have to be able to pick out some of the communities and to be able to describe what role are the youth playing, what role are women playing, what role are men playing. Then we're able to structure initiative that is more meaningful, to be able to make sure that we are aligning and we're meeting all these community targets where they're at. Next slide, please. So first and foremost is localizing climate finance. And here we propose using community-driven financial models. I think the speaker just before lunch, Sheila, alluded to some of these. One is the Village Savings and Loans Associations, in short VSLAs. Other people locally here know them as chamas or cooperatives. This is where locals come in, contribute a little money, and they're able to pool resources. For many people, borrow, pay with little interest. There's very little formalization of this. The red tape that is in the mainstream and traditional banking spaces is removed. And because of that, these people are able to support livelihoods. They're able to put the capital from the savings and the loans they're able to access at their local community to, building livelihoods, to green energy purchase, to selling and buying some of the solutions that will transform their lives. So that's one. Two is cooperatives, and this is where you pool resources, and this can be done both at the informal and formal spaces to do bigger things. It's not just for livelihood, it's for investment, it's for buying equipment, it's for setting up businesses, it's for doing things at a bigger scale. And this helps to reduce risk because of the collection of all this money that is together. Then finally, blended finance, and you can use grant capital at national, international levels. You can use fast loan guarantees and other form of models that would work for a more informal and less bankable or more perceived high risk kind of, person that is lending. And so, next slide. Just to talk about this is what we kind of do at AWIC, where we ensure that we bring together women who are excluded or who are not able to very readily access formal finance, and we bring them together. These are small SME leaders, and put them together and see how we are able to help them or facilitate or create a platform for which they can access these community financing models that I've talked about, as well as linking them with some of the blended financial partners. Sometimes there's a lot happening, but we just don't know about it. There are more high-risk financiers that sit amongst us, and we don't know about them. So this we found to be a lot more helpful as opposed to the traditional banking system. And I'll give an example. So please let's go to the next slide. Where the Wairu Commission Community Resilience Fund was formed, and here Maasai women in Narok were able to create their own drought risk and management grants of up to 20K USD to build water plants. Now, Narok is a very dry area, and it needs a lot of water for women to be able to manage their time better, to feed their families, and to do other livelihood activities. And because of this, over 300% increase in savings was achieved, and this also helped to reduce resource conflict, because where resources are scarce, that means there's more prevalence of conflict and sometimes even aggression. And so these are some of the things that really help to mitigate some of the things that we don't see or we're not able to relate to some of the issues, and yet they could make a significant impact and difference. Another one is the next slide. In Tanzania, through the Mpingo Conservation and Development, some of these communities have access and rights to sustainable timber, and they're also able to sell carbon offsets. Now, this revenue, they reinvest it back to local infrastructure such as school, health facilities, and therefore they're able to create a direct linkage between climate action and some of the social welfare issues. So as we can see progressively, some of these things and community accesses to financing are able to resolve their own problems that the governments either don't have enough resources or have failed to do. Communities can do this by themselves. Hence, again, a case for why the social aspects, grassroots and communities should be at the center of our ESG and climate action work. Now, in the next slide, we go to building the green skills pipeline. Again, we will not belabor how important it is to build skills towards growth for the green economy, for climate change, and just generally, whatever it is we are trying to discuss here. And so it has been projected that in the coming years and decades, there'll be hundreds of millions of jobs across the world in the green economy. But how is Africa positioning itself to ensure that we have enough skills? Because again, we are privileged, we have a very young population, and this population, if not well trained, then becomes just that. We can skill them and make sure that the skilling is globally certified. Like these are skills that can be transferred just about anywhere. We've seen aging population in Europe, in other spaces, and therefore the skills from Africa will not just be used in Africa, but they'll be used everywhere else in the world. So as we think about skilling and creating a proper pipeline of young talent, we have to make sure that these skills can be used anywhere. And so the certification has to be top tier. Again, even when we're looking at using skills to grow our own economies locally to develop Africa, then we have to make sure that we are keeping pace. There's a lot of now renewable energy happening, there's solar coming in, there's manufacturing happening on the continent. These are opportunities and low-hanging fruits that can be utilized to make sure that we're creating jobs for our young people, not just young people, we're creating jobs for all of us. We are more inclusive. Women, people living with disabilities can also benefit from some of these skills. So it's about being very deliberate about how we do it, and making sure that there's no homogeneity in even the training and skills building. Let's move a slide and then skip it, because I think I've alluded to it already. Next. Yeah. And so, one of the things that we can talk about here is the solar mamas and engineers. And here, capacity building moved just beyond, the technical knowledge. These women are also equipped with business knowledge and acumen to be able to not just build, but to also sell, to market. So digital skills, entrepreneurship skills to accompany the technical skills that have been instilled or impacted on these people. And so beyond also building is looking through and across the value chain. Okay, fine, we've started here. So we're not just creating a pipeline of people to sell or people to build. We're looking at people to repair. We're looking at people to sustain and maintain that ecosystem. So again, a lot of opportunities that can be built on from the onset all the way to the end. Next slide. Then number 3 is how then are we translating impact to ESG metrics? Communities are doing a lot of things on their own. We've been told here, I think by Sheila, people are doing climate smart farming or agriculture. They're using crops that are drought resistant. Miners are managing their tailings. The battery energy storage systems are being done. So a lot is happening within the communities. Do we know about this? Maybe, maybe not. Data is mostly anecdotal and at best very qualitative. Lives have been changed. What does that mean? Oh, now I can pay my school fees. How did one move from where they were to be able to pay school fees? So how are we tracking this data and being able to translate it into things that can actually lead back to financing, because we actually have data? Next slide. And we can do this by, first of all, let's capture this data. Let's use tools that are easily accessible to be able to record this qualitative data, like I've said. I can now pay school fees. Then we digitize it. We aggregate responses on a platform that can be tracked real time and that can take data real time. We standardize this data that we've collected and digitized, and we map them into different matrices, either by giving the respondents unique identifiers or whatever it is, or by their names, or whatever it is. And then finally we report, and because of that then we are able to move into auditable and tangible quantitative data as well. And this is able then to show a case for investment, for areas of de-risking, and for other things, because data is king. Let's move to the next slide, please. And then the next one. Next. Yeah. And so I'll give an example here. So this company called Olam Global uses a digital dashboard where they're able to track matrices across smallholder families in Africa. And some of the data they're able to look at is improved farmer livelihoods, whatever that means, into concrete actual data points. So for instance, this is the carbon footprint per kilo of product that was farmed, that was produced, and then this is the actual income growth. So if we're able to have data that can be tracked from the beginning to the end, then this allows us to be able to get the standards, but also to think about some of the interventions that can be used towards the things we've spoken about: financing, skilling, etc., etc. And then finally, we look at the locally led adaptation and nature-based solutions. This is the next slide. And local knowledge is not primitive just because it wasn't done in the lab or through a lot of rigorous scientific research. These people before science have been doing things to make their lives more amenable to survive. So this knowledge is extremely important and cannot be watered down. How are we utilizing it to make sure that communities remain resilient but also sustainable? Again, I'll reference Sheila. She talked about projects coming to an end and then communities left stranded because this was a grant, it was funding from an external source, now it's done, then what? But if we're able to leverage locally led adaptation solutions, then these communities remain with the knowledge, they remain with their own solutions, and they're able to maintain because they're cost effective, they're culturally appropriate, and they can be scalable. These things can be replicated in other communities with the right context or just adapted to the context of those other communities. So again, nature-based solutions and indigenous knowledge cannot be gainsaid. Through the next slide, we'll give an example of Zai pits, which is an area in West Africa, a mining area, and these communities have been able to dig certain pits to catch running of water and also to rehabilitate degraded mining lands to be able to boost, yields of their crops by up to 500%. Those of us who have been exposed to the mining sector, you know how much land normally is left to waste because of mining activities and what comes after. But if well managed, even the communities can do this, then we are able to leverage that space, which can be deemed to be useless after mining, and really grow solutions. I'll give another example of base titanium in Kwale, here in Kenya. They've closed out, but they had thousands of hectares of land, which they're in the process of rehabilitating. They have grown different kind of indigenous species of trees, crops, etc. These are plants that were already there, and now the communities can come back, regain this land, and continue with their livelihood activities. In fact, in an even more sophisticated way. So I think this is something that we can really leverage on and take advantage of. And then finally, some recommendations for us. Let's prioritize blended finance. Let's be creative about how we finance those people who may not be able to reach the threshold of small bank systems. Let's remove the red tape. Let's meet them where they are. Let's capacity build them and strengthen their financial acumen, and then provide solutions for them that will fit their purpose. For policymakers, let's institutionalize indigenous knowledge so that within our national adaptation plans, we're able to factor in, within the right context, our indigenous knowledge and how we can use it for climate resilience and adaptation, and make sure that these communities are able to last beyond certain funding initiatives. Then green skills, very important also. Let's use data to ensure we are skilling people correctly, and we make sure that this pipeline is building slowly and is adapting not just to Africa but globally. And then finally, I think the onus is in all of us. Let's not downplay communities. They know a lot more than we think, and they're extremely important, and their buy-in is extremely important for the thriving or for the success of any big business or any solution we're trying to reach out to. So thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Any burning question for her? It seems we are good, Michelle. Thanks for your presentation. So moving on, our next presenter is Marina Johnson from Africa 50 Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. She will be talking about shaping the future of sustainable finance in Africa. Please welcome Marina.
Hello, good afternoon. It's lovely to be here. I was at the Private Equity International Responsible Investor Forum last week in London, and it was a great event as well. I had 2 conferences back to back, which isn't great for the day job, but it was very Euro and US centric, and it's really encouraging to be in a room full of professionals that are really passionate about seeing development of sustainability on the continent. So I'm really happy to be here. So you may or not be aware that over half of global GDP is currently said to be dependent on healthy ecosystems, and that we're at an all-time high in terms of biodiversity loss. So this is resulting in real material risks for us as financial institutions, for investors, for insurers, for lenders, and we are uniquely positioned and uniquely exposed in terms of these risks and the solutions. So we're just going to have a look together now at what it looks like to be a nature-positive economy. So moving to the first slide, I'm Marina Johnson. I work for the Africa 50 Infra Acceleration Fund, a little bit of a mouthful, IAF. Can we move to the next slide? We are a Pan-African infrastructure investment platform.